The isolation you're feeling has a purpose. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Carl Jung. In a world that constantly pulls us outward, isolation may feel like punishment. But what if it's a sacred invitation? In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore why the silence, the separation, and the solitude you've been experiencing might be part of a deeper transformation. Jung believed that before the soul can awaken, it must pass through the fires of inner disconnection. As you watch, ask yourself, is your loneliness actually leading you home to yourself? If you've ever felt like you were being pulled away from everything familiar, share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's dive into the purpose behind the pain and find the power in our solitude. 1. Isolation is sacred, not punishment. What you're experiencing isn't rejection. It's a sacred transformation, a spiritual initiation disguised as isolation. Carl Jung understood that the soul cannot awaken while it's still entangled in the illusions of the false self. That false self built on roles, expectations, and the need for validation must dissolve before the real you can emerge. And that dissolution rarely comes gently. It comes through silence, through separation, through spaces once full that now echo with emptiness. But this emptiness isn't a void, it's sacred space. When life removes people, places, and familiar comforts from your reach, it's not punishing you. It's preparing you. Your soul is being set apart, not cast aside. You are not being forgotten. You are being refined. Jung believed that real transformation doesn't begin with adding things. It begins with letting go. Letting go of people who no longer resonate with your truth. Letting go of identities that no longer fit the shape of your soul. Letting go of habits that kept you comfortably asleep. And this letting go often leaves you in a place of stillness so raw it feels like abandonment. But that's only because you're being weaned off the need for external validation. This sacred stillness teaches you to listen not to the world, but to your own soul. The ache you feel isn't punishment. It's the stretch of expansion. It's the soul stepping out of the skin of its former self, learning to breathe in a new dimension of truth. And in this space, everything hidden becomes visible. You begin to see how much of your life was shaped by fear, approval, and performance. You notice the ways you betrayed your own soul just to feel accepted. You start to remember that real love doesn't require shrinking. Real belonging doesn't ask you to abandon yourself. These revelations don't arrive in noise. They arrive in silence, in isolation, when the world stops applauding and all you're left with is your own breath, your own thoughts, your own energy. That's where the soul begins to speak again, not with words, but with knowing. And you start to feel that you were never meant to be like them. You were meant to become you. That's why things fell apart. That's why they left. That's why the door closed. Not because you weren't worthy, but because you were outgrowing what could no longer hold you. The discomfort is a sign that something truer is taking shape inside you. Your soul is returning to itself. You are being made whole, not through addition, but through sacred subtraction. You are becoming aligned, not with what the world says you should be, but with what your spirit has always been. And that is the real reason for the isolation. It's not exile. It's elevation. 2. Phase 1. The ache begins quietly. You begin to notice something's off. Not in a dramatic way, but subtly, like a song that's slightly out of tune. Conversations feel hollow. Your daily routine becomes robotic, and smiles start to feel performative. You're not depressed. You're not ungrateful. You're simply misaligned. Carl Jung called this the death of the persona, the mask you've worn for years to fit in, to be accepted, to survive. It's cracking. And with that fracture, something deeper starts to stir. Your soul is aching to return to its truth. It doesn't happen all at once. It creeps in slowly. What once made you feel alive now leaves you empty. The shows you used to binge feel pointless. The group chats go mute. You start craving silence, not out of avoidance, but because the noise no longer resonates with who you're becoming. This is individuation, not a trendy term for self-care, but a profound spiritual process where you are no longer content performing who you were told to be. Instead, you begin to seek who you really are beneath the roles, expectations, and conditioning. There was a man in his 40s who shared that he woke up one morning and couldn't recognize his own life. He had done everything right. A respectable job, a good marriage, a circle of friends, but none of it felt like his. He said it was like waking up inside a costume he never chose. That was the beginning of his unraveling. But Carl Jung would argue it was actually his awakening. When your soul no longer wants to play a character, life begins to pull away everything that keeps you in costume. You might feel people slipping away, invitations drying up, doors closing without explanation. It may look like rejection, but Jung taught it is redirection, your life recalibrating to match your authentic frequency. And it's painful, yes, because you're grieving something you can't quite name. But it's not grief for a person or a job. It's grief for the version of yourself you never got to be. The silence you now feel is not empty. It's sacred. The spaces that once demanded your energy now return it to you. You start seeing how much of your life was spent performing for others' comfort. And now, stripped of the noise, the rituals, the expectations, you begin hearing your own voice. It's quieter than you expected, and yet it carries a clarity that's undeniable. Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." And this is what you're doing awakening, not in a glamorous movie montage way, but in the quiet, lonely, confusing wilderness of your soul. The path forward is not about rebuilding what you had. It's about birthing something new from the ashes of who you were pretending to be. The ache you feel is not a flaw. It's a compass. It's your inner world refusing to be ignored any longer. And though the process will isolate you, that isolation is a cocoon, not a cage. Let the conversations fall silent. Let the routines dissolve. Let the loneliness speak, because something sacred is happening beneath the surface. Carl Jung believed that the most important task of any human soul is to become who they truly are. And that cannot happen until everything false has been stripped away. So don't rush to fill the silence. Sit with it. Let it shape you. The isolation you're feeling is not the end. It's the invitation. It's the soul's return to the self. 3. Phase 2. Dismantling the false life. When everything around you starts to crumble, your job, your relationships, your carefully crafted roles, it doesn't mean you failed. It means your soul is waking up. The universe, in its divine intelligence, is stripping away every piece of the life you built on compromise, fear, and false identity. It feels like collapse, but it's actually spiritual liberation. Carl Jung once said, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order." What feels like destruction is really a sacred reconstruction. You're not being punished, you're being pulled into alignment. This is phase 2 of transformation, the dismantling of the false life. The version of you that was built to survive, to please others, to meet society's expectations, is being dismantled, not because you're broken, but because you're finally ready to become real. The universe is ruthless in its love when it decides you're ready to evolve. It will take the job that was never meant to define you, remove the relationship that kept you small, and close doors you once begged to stay open. You're not losing your life, you're losing the illusion. This is the spiritual initiation. No one talks about the silent, sacred burning of the old self. And it hurts, because the roles you played gave you identity. The connections you maintained gave you security. But now, the soul is demanding truth, not comfort. And the truth is, if it was real, it wouldn't fall apart. If it was aligned, it would stay. Jung believed that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that privilege often begins with profound loss. You may feel like you're disappearing. You may feel unseen, unimportant, abandoned. But what's really happening is that you're becoming invisible to the systems that only recognized your mask. As you shed who you are not, you become more visible to your purpose, your power, and your path. The silence around you is not emptiness, it's sacred space. The loneliness you feel is not rejection, it's preparation. You're being made whole in the quiet. You're being stripped so that nothing false can follow you into your next chapter. And yes, it can feel like death, but it's the death of the lie, not the soul. The people who walk away now were never meant to know the real you. They were attached to your wounds, your roles, your performance. Let them go without resentment. Their exit is your exodus. You are not meant to carry everyone forward. This is your spiritual reckoning, the moment your soul chooses authenticity over attachment, depth over acceptance, freedom over fitting in. And when you stand in the ashes of what once was, you'll begin to feel something new rise within you. Not just peace, but power. Not just clarity, but calling. And in time, you'll realize you were never losing anything. You were being rescued from a life that dimmed your light and a self that wasn't truly yours. 4. Phase 3. Entering the void. When the external world goes quiet and all the distractions disappear, you're left with a silence so deep it feels like a void, but it's in that very void where your soul begins to speak. At first, the stillness feels unbearable, even cruel, because we've been conditioned to equate noise with meaning and movement with progress. But as Carl Jung taught, the unconscious does not communicate through logic or words. It speaks through silence, symbols, and sensations. In this sacred stillness, you're not losing yourself. You're being stripped down to what is real, to the core of your spiritual identity. Everything that once defined you, your routines, your roles, your relationships, has been pulled away, not to punish you, but to reveal you. And now, without the clutter of the world's expectations, your soul has room to rise to the surface. This is not a phase of emptiness. It is one of incubation. Like a seed hidden in the darkness of the soil, something within you is breaking open, preparing to grow. But that growth cannot be rushed, and it cannot be forced through logic or willpower. It must be felt, endured, surrendered to. In this phase, your soul is reintroducing itself, not through loud epiphanies, but through subtle, intuitive nudges, dreams that stir something deep, emotions that seem to appear without explanation, moments of awareness that feel like déjà vu. This inner unfolding cannot happen while you're chasing validation, busy pleasing others, or lost in the chaos of daily life. That's why the universe had to shut it all down, not to harm you, but to help you return inward, where your soul has always been patiently waiting. Most people run from this space, labeling it depression, burnout, failure. But the few who choose to stay, who dare to face the discomfort of being with themselves, begin to awaken. The silence becomes sacred because it reveals truth, and truth is often quiet. Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." In this sacred silence, you're not being punished. You're being prepared. You're not being abandoned. You're being aligned. This is the furnace of transformation, where illusions burn away and only essence remains. So while it may feel like you're doing nothing, like you're stuck or broken, you are in fact being rebuilt by forces far greater than your conscious mind. Your soul has called you here for a reason, and if you honor the stillness long enough, you will begin to hear the language it speaks. One of deeper knowing, one of purpose, one of peace that does not depend on anything outside of you. 5. Phase 4. Facing the shadow. With nowhere left to hide, you are finally brought face to face with the raw, unfiltered version of yourself, not the one shaped for survival, but the one quietly carrying unprocessed grief, buried anger, silent fears, and the repetitive patterns that have kept you trapped in cycles of pain. This moment is not a punishment. It is the beginning of truth. Carl Jung called this confrontation the meeting of the shadow, the hidden self that until now operated behind the curtain of your awareness. This is the version of you that held every suppressed emotion, every ignored wound, every truth that was too uncomfortable to acknowledge. And now, there's no running. You're not being punished by the universe. You're being invited to heal, not in theory, but in practice, not in abstract ideas, but in sacred confrontation. As Jung said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. That means your healing begins not by pretending to be okay, but by sitting in the storm and allowing yourself to feel without self-betrayal. This space of soul work is quiet, confronting, and holy. You begin to reclaim the parts of your soul you once disowned, to be accepted or to survive. You stop trying to fix the pain and instead learn to hold space for it, letting it breathe, cry, scream, and tell its story. It's in this space that your deepest pain reveals its hidden intelligence. You realize that you were never meant to carry it forever, but you do have to acknowledge it to release it. Just like a woman I once knew, who, after losing everything in a bitter divorce, found herself sitting in a silent apartment and talking to her own heart out loud. It felt strange at first naming each feeling, one by one, but in that moment of vulnerability, something broke open. She wasn't collapsing, she was awakening. She was no longer afraid of herself. That is what it means to spiritually grow, not to bypass the darkness, but to walk through it with your soul intact. Carl Jung warned that the shadow does not only carry our wounds, it also carries our hidden gifts, our power, and our truth that we buried to fit in. And so, facing the shadow is not a descent into self-hate, but a return to wholeness. You begin to see that your triggers are not weaknesses, they're directions. Your fear is not an enemy, it's a messenger. And your isolation is not a void, it's a sacred space where your real self begins to speak. You no longer chase validation or escape discomfort. You sit with it. You breathe with it. You learn from it. And slowly, the emotional storms that used to shake you begin to lose their grip. Not because life becomes easier, but because you've become more rooted in who you really are. You're no longer running from yourself. You're returning to yourself. This is the sacred ache of transformation, the soul remembering its depth, the quiet rebuilding of the inner temple. So if you're there now alone, confronting, feeling everything all at once, know that you're not failing. You're evolving, exactly as Carl Jung understood. This is what it means to reclaim your soul. 6. Phase 5. Inner transformation begins. Even when nothing seems to be changing on the outside, something profoundly spiritual is unfolding within you. Your breath slows, your nervous system softens, and you begin to rest deeper, not just physically, but emotionally and energetically. It's not because life suddenly became easy, but because your soul is learning to surrender to something greater than logic. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." And now, more than ever, you're beginning to understand the truth of that. This inner transformation doesn't come with applause, recognition, or milestones you can post about it. It comes in the quiet, in the stillness, in the space between who you used to be and who you are becoming. You're not just changing habits, you're shedding identities. The version of you that once chased noise, approval, and distractions is slowly dissolving. And in its place, something more sacred is growing. Presence, peace, inner truth. You begin to trust what cannot be seen. You stop needing proof to believe. You no longer wait for permission to feel worthy. The shift is subtle but seismic. You feel things more deeply. You speak less, but your words carry more weight. You're not trying to win people anymore. You're trying to stay aligned with your soul. And this alignment, this spiritual recalibration, is what Carl Jung understood as individuation, the becoming of the self, the merging of the conscious with the unconscious. It feels like isolation, but it's actually intimacy with your essence. It feels like being forgotten, but it's really about remembering who you are. The old patterns, the outdated attachments, the wounds you once identified with, they're no longer compatible with the energy you're stepping into. You notice how much noise there used to be in your mind, and how quiet it's becoming, not because you're empty, but because you're finally full of your own presence. This is the sacred stillness before the emergence. No one claps for you here. There are no crowds in this room, but the divine is watching, and your soul is applauding in silence. You are being restructured, rebalanced, reawakened. You're no longer responding to the world from a place of fear or lack. You're learning how to live from your center, from your truth. This isn't just healing, it's preparation. And although it feels like you've been pulled away from everything familiar, you're actually being placed into alignment with everything meant for you. You're not stuck. You're being refined. You're not forgotten. You're being reborn. You're not broken. You're becoming whole. This invisible transformation is more powerful than anything you could force from the outside. It's not loud, but it's lasting. It's not public, but it's purposeful. So if all you're doing today is breathing differently, trusting quietly, and honoring what's rising inside you, you're doing enough. You're not falling apart. You're falling inward. 7. The deeper truth and your rebirth is here. This silence was never a void. It was the sacred womb where your soul began to take shape again. It wasn't abandonment. It was divine rearrangement. Life wasn't punishing you. It was positioning you. Your old life, no matter how familiar or deeply rooted, could no longer contain the vastness of who you're becoming. The people who drifted, the spaces that grew cold, and the doors that once opened so easily but now remain closed, none of it happened by accident. They were exits from a chapter that your soul had outgrown. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." That pain you felt? It wasn't pointless. It was the pressure before the birth of a truer self. Your breakdown was never destruction. It was divine design breaking through illusion, stripping away everything that no longer aligned with the depth of your purpose. And in this place of solitude, where the noise fades and the distractions disappear, you're forced to meet yourself. Not the self shaped by expectation or survival, but the self buried beneath years of compromise and silence. It's uncomfortable because transformation always is. The silence echoes with every unhealed wound, every dream you forgot to believe in, every truth you were too afraid to voice. But this is where the real work begins, not outside in the world, but inside, where your soul whispers things you were never still enough to hear. In this space, you're not meant to fight for your old life. You're meant to listen, to surrender, and to allow the light within you to rise. There is a sacred wisdom in this isolation that only those walking the spiritual path can understand. It is here you remember. You were never meant to be everything for everyone. You were meant to be fully, unapologetically aligned with your soul. The universe isolates those it is preparing to elevate, not to punish, but to purify. Not to exile, but to awaken. You're not in the middle of an ending. You're in the sacred pause between the inhale and exhale of a new beginning. What feels like separation is actually elevation. You are not being stripped bare without purpose. You are being readied for a life your former self could not carry. You are being molded to hold a deeper kind of love, a richer kind of peace, and a more radiant kind of truth. And though this phase can feel like spiritual exile, know this: it is the very space where soul and destiny meet. Something ancient in you remembers this. The silence is not your enemy. It is the sound of your becoming. The emptiness is not a void. It is a clearing for your emergence. So breathe into the stillness. Let the isolation do its work. Trust that your soul is wiser than your fear. Because your rebirth is not just coming, it is already here, unfolding in the quiet, beneath the surface, where only the brave dare to look. Thank you for spending this time with us on Spiritual Wisdom. Remember, the isolation you're experiencing is not a punishment. It's a sacred invitation to transform. As Carl Jung taught, true growth often begins in the quiet moments when the world seems to fall away. If this message has resonated with you, please take a moment to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to our channel. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new insight on your path to awakening. Your journey matters, and you're never truly alone. The forbidden technique to activate your inner vision and see beyond the invisible. Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. These powerful words from Carl Jung remind us that true sight begins within. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we reveal a hidden technique Jung believed could unlock your inner sight, a way of seeing beyond the surface, into the soul of reality itself. This isn't just philosophy, it's a spiritual practice you can apply every day to deepen your awareness, awaken your intuition, and live with more clarity and purpose. Have you ever felt like there's more to this world than what meets the eye? If so, you're exactly where you need to be. As you watch, I invite you to reflect on what this means for your personal journey, and don't forget to share your insights in the comments below. Let's grow together. 1. You already have the inner vision. It's just dormant. You already have the inner vision. It's just dormant, not missing. This isn't about chasing a mystical power or developing something new. It's about remembering something ancient that your soul has always known. Inner vision is not a fantasy or vague idea. It is a real, spiritual faculty embedded in your human nature, like a third eye of perception that sees not with sight, but with understanding. You've used it before, even if you didn't realize it. It appeared in dreams that seemed to carry messages, in gut instincts that steered you away from danger, in that quiet inner knowing that whispered the truth before your mind caught up. This is the eye within the lens of the soul that sees through illusion and feels truth. But in today's world, filled with noise, distraction, and the endless chase for external validation, that inner clarity has been buried beneath years of conditioning. We've been taught to rely on logic, to prove everything with numbers, to doubt what we feel unless it's backed by facts. But the soul doesn't speak in statistics, it speaks in symbols, sensations, and silence. Carl Jung understood this deeply. He knew that the most profound transformations happen not by acquiring new information, but by turning inward and learning to listen again. He believed in the unconscious, not as something dark to be feared, but as a hidden reservoir of insight and spiritual truth. When you begin to reconnect with this part of yourself, you begin to reclaim a forgotten language, the language of the soul. Suddenly, patterns emerge where there used to be chaos. Coincidences turn into signs, and what once felt confusing starts to feel strangely familiar, like something inside you always knew the way. This inner vision is not a tool to manipulate the world. It is a mirror that reflects your deepest self. It allows you to navigate life from a place of quiet power, not reactive fear. And the more you trust it, the stronger it becomes. Each time you pause to feel, instead of rushing to analyze, each time you listen to the energy of a room, instead of just its words, you're activating that sacred lens again. You don't need to earn this gift. You just need to clear away the distractions that have caused you to forget it. And as you do, your soul begins to guide you, not through force, but through resonance. The truth is, this ability has always been within you, waiting patiently beneath the surface of your busy life. It doesn't need to be awakened by anything outside of you. It reawakens the moment you begin to believe in it again. And as that trust deepens, so does your clarity. You begin to sense things others miss. You start to feel the truth before it is spoken. You move not by impulse, but by alignment. The world hasn't changed, you have. because now you're seeing it through the eyes of the soul. Have you ever felt a moment of pure intuition, a gut feeling, or a dream that felt like a message? That's your inner vision speaking. If you've ever experienced it, share your story in the comments so others can be inspired. If not, comment, "I'm ready to remember." And let's awaken this ancient gift together. 2. Two parallel realities exist. Carl Jung taught that we move through not one, but two parallel realities: the visible world we touch and measure, and the invisible world we intuit and feel. These aren't fantasy or metaphor. They are different frequencies of truth, constantly overlapping in your daily life. You shift between them without realizing it when a dream speaks louder than logic, when a gut feeling keeps you from danger, or when a fleeting moment of déjà vu stops you in your tracks. Most people ignore these moments, dismiss them as coincidences, but they are anything but random. They are fragments of a deeper language, the language of the soul. Jung believed that learning to perceive the unseen consciously, not accidentally, unlocks a dimension of guidance and clarity that ordinary vision could never provide. And in a world obsessed with what can be seen, touched, or proven, this kind of sight is revolutionary. There was a man once, a tech executive in his mid-40s, who had everything success promised: a luxury home, career recognition, and financial security. But inside, he felt a growing hollowness he couldn't explain. No doctor could diagnose it. No promotion could fix it. Out of desperation, he picked up a journal and began recording his dreams, the suggestion he encountered in Jung's writings. At first, they were scattered images. But as the days passed, symbols began to emerge: a rusted gate, a silent child, a stairway descending into water. He didn't understand them logically, but he felt their pull. He started asking questions, not about his job or goals, but about his soul. Through this process, he realized he had abandoned parts of himself for years: his need for connection, his creative longing, his spiritual hunger. It wasn't the dreams that changed his life. It was that he finally listened to what had been speaking all along. This is what Jung meant by inner sight. Not a fantasy, but a shift in awareness so profound it reorders your entire reality. To perceive the unseen is to reclaim your birthright to wholeness. The world behind the world is not a place you visit. It's a part of you that has been patiently waiting to be remembered. Jung said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakens." And when you begin to trust that inner voice, those subtle nudges, those dreamlike insights, you no longer walk blind in the material world. You walk as someone who can see beneath the surface. Spiritual vision isn't dramatic, it's deliberate. It's the ability to discern truth when no one else sees it, to feel the invisible thread guiding your steps, and to understand that the soul knows things the mind cannot yet explain. Carl Jung didn't hide this technique in secrecy. He embedded it in the human experience. The real secret is that you've always had access to it, but only when you are willing to see with something deeper than your eyes. Begin where you are, listen more closely, and let the inner world speak. It already is. 3. The 3 pillars to awaken inner vision. To awaken your inner sight, you must return to the ancient wisdom that Carl Jung quietly preserved. A technique not designed for the masses, but for those brave enough to face themselves. He understood that spiritual vision is not something you acquire. It is something you uncover when the layers of noise, fear, and distraction are peeled away. The first key is conscious silence, not just quietness, but the sacred space between thoughts, where the soul whispers. In that stillness, you begin to witness the workings of your own mind without judgment. You notice how thought clings to fear, how memories rise and fall like waves, and how awareness, when separated from noise, reveals a deeper truth. Jung knew that true insight only arises when the mind stops trying to fix, solve, or escape, and instead simply observes. The second practice is sacred breathing, a forgotten art in the modern world. Every breath you take is not just oxygen, it is spirit, presence, and life force. When you breathe intentionally, slowly, fully, you step out of linear time and into eternal presence. This breath becomes your anchor when emotions surge or the mind races. Spiritual traditions across the world, whether in yogic pranayama, Buddhist mindfulness, or Christian contemplative prayer, have used breath to bridge the conscious and unconscious, the earthly and the divine. Jung saw breath as the threshold between the seen and unseen, a path inward where symbols, dreams, and archetypes begin to emerge. Then comes directed focus, the most difficult and the most liberating. In a culture built on distraction, learning to focus your attention is a revolutionary act. It means choosing what you see, rather than being hijacked by what demands your attention. Directed focus turns your awareness into a spiritual spotlight, burning through illusion, conditioning, and self-deception. Jung warned that people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. But when you learn to focus not on the outer world, but the inner landscape you begin to see through the false self, the mask, the persona, you begin to see with your soul. And when these three pillars of conscious silence, sacred breathing, and directed focus work together, something miraculous happens. You don't just perceive reality differently. Reality itself begins to shift. Patterns become visible, intuition strengthens, synchronicities multiply, and a deep sense of inner guidance emerges. This is not a hallucination, it's clarity. It's what Jung called the individuation process, the soul's journey toward wholeness, where the spiritual and psychological become one. And though this path is not easy, it is real. It is ancient. It is yours. 4. The SCP breathing ritual unlocks deeper consciousness. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And hidden within this wisdom lies a profound spiritual invitation to reconnect with the vision of the soul. The SCP breathing ritual, a sacred 7-breath technique, is not just a meditative practice, but a powerful gateway into deeper states of consciousness that modern science still struggles to fully explain. It begins with the simple act of relaxing the body, yet its effects ripple far beyond physical ease. With each breath, the noise of the world fades, and your awareness begins to sharpen, not in a way that tightens your focus, but in a way that expands your perception. The first 2 breaths gently disarm the nervous system, signaling safety and release. By the 3rd breath, your emotional guard begins to lower, and subtle sensations begin to rise. Energy shifts, a light pressure behind the eyes, or an inner stillness that feels strangely familiar, like returning to a truth you once knew but forgot. As the 4th and 5th breaths flow through you, something mystical begins to happen. Many experience a tingling sensation at the center of the forehead, the energetic zone long associated with the third eye or inner sight. But this is more than a metaphor. This is the symbolic ignition of the soul's true perception, the moment your inner eye begins to stir and perceive not just with logic, but with intuitive clarity. In these breath-spaced seconds, you're not escaping reality, but entering into its deeper layers. You begin to sense that there is more meaning, more alignment, more presence hidden just beneath the surface of daily life. The sixth breath invites you into a state of deep receptivity, where the mind no longer needs to control and the heart becomes the guide. The soul begins to speak in feelings, images, and quiet knowings. And with the seventh breath, the veil thins. The inner and outer world meet, and you experience not an escape, but an arrival, a homecoming to yourself, where insights arise naturally and with grace. This technique holds the power to reconnect you with the source of your being. For men who have spent decades solving, fixing, planning, and performing, it is a return to pure presence. It teaches that the answers aren't outside of you in systems or structures, but within you, waiting to be remembered by the part of your soul that never forgot. Jung understood that true transformation requires this inner awakening, a direct experience that transcends words and theories. The SCP ritual is not superstition. It is sacred science, a bridge between breath and being, between the ordinary and the extraordinary. And with each inhale, you reclaim a part of yourself that was never lost, only buried beneath the noise. The ritual reminds you that to truly see is not to stare harder at the world, but to surrender into the vision that has been looking out from within you all along. 5. The blind spot of consciousness is a gateway. Carl Jung believed that there exists a sacred threshold between waking and sleeping, a blind spot of consciousness that modern life has nearly erased. This mysterious in-between state is not a void, but a gateway, where the noise of the external world fades and the whispers of the soul begin to rise. In that soft space where thoughts begin to dissolve, where the mind loosens its grip on control, your inner vision sharpens. You cannot force your way into this state. It opens only when approached with stillness and surrender. Jung understood that the unconscious speaks not through logic, but through symbols, silence, and sensations. And it is in these quiet gaps, those fragile pauses between one thought and the next, that something ancient begins to surface. This is the place where healing begins, not by doing more, but by being fully present. When you simply observe your thoughts without reacting to them, without naming them or chasing them, you enter a sacred presence that leads beyond the intellect into spiritual awareness. In the modern world, we rarely notice these moments because we're conditioned to believe that insight only comes from thinking harder or doing more. But the most profound realizations are not found in noise. They arise in the silent transitions that we so often overlook. Consider a man in his 40s named Daniel, a father of 3 who works long hours in a stressful corporate job. For years, he battled insomnia, anxiety, and a constant feeling of being disconnected. Therapy helped, but something was missing. One evening, instead of numbing himself with late-night TV, he decided to just lie in bed with his eyes closed and watch his thoughts float by. No judgment, no resistance, just breath and awareness. At first, it felt foreign, like nothing was happening. But slowly, within those moments of still attention, a strange calm began to rise. His breath slowed, his muscles softened, and then, from the quiet, an image emerged of his childhood home, a long-forgotten memory, followed by a deep emotional release. He wasn't dreaming, and he wasn't awake. He had entered what Carl Jung described as the threshold space of the unconscious, where the soul begins to show you what the ego has hidden. This practice is not mystical nonsense. It's a return to something ancient that modern society has taught us to ignore. The blind spot of consciousness is the bridge between your rational mind and your deeper truth. You access it not through effort, but through gentle awareness. When you surrender to this space, you begin to understand why Jung emphasized the necessity of looking inward. This is where individuation begins, where the fragments of your identity start to integrate. The soul doesn't speak in noise, it speaks in silence, in images, in felt sense. And you've felt it before those moments before sleep, when a solution appears out of nowhere, or when a gut feeling tells you something your logic never could. That's the gateway. That's the sacred portal Carl Jung wanted us to reclaim. And when you honor it, when you stop forcing and start listening, something powerful happens. You begin to see not with your eyes, but with your soul. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom on accessing the silent spaces of consciousness where the unseen becomes clear and true inner vision begins to awaken. 6. Brain waves are the pathways to inner worlds. Your brain is not just a tool for thinking, it is a bridge, a frequency tuner, a spiritual antenna. All day long, it shifts between different states of what science calls brain waves. But Carl Jung understood something deeper. These waves are not just physical rhythms. They are access points to inner dimensions. When you're alert and focused, you're in beta. But when you're calm, creative, or slipping into sleep, your brain enters alpha and theta. And it is in these slower states where something profound begins to happen. The veil between your conscious mind and your unconscious starts to thin, and through that crack, the soul speaks. Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." That awakening happens when you're still enough to feel it. In the moments before sleep, in meditation, in daydreams, your intuition sharpens. Synchronicities appear. Visions surface. These aren't fantasies. They are glimpses into a deeper spiritual reality that's always been with you, waiting for you to slow down enough to notice. This is why people throughout history, mystics, monks, shamans, have used breathwork, chanting, stillness, and ritual, not to escape reality, but to tune their minds into these receptive states. When you're in Theta, your brain moves slowly, and in that space, your inner world becomes vivid. It's where healing happens, where repressed memories rise, where you remember truths you've long forgotten. And when you stay in that state long enough, you don't just see visions, you begin to understand your life differently. You see patterns instead of problems. You feel energy instead of confusion. You trust your gut because your soul has become louder than your fear. This isn't just spiritual theory. Neuroscience now confirms what ancient teachers and Jung always knew. The mind, when trained and calmed, unlocks pathways into a greater intelligence. These brain waves are not accidents. They are invitations. You've already felt it, those moments when time slowed, when your heart whispered something true, when the outside world faded and your inner world lit up. That was the door. And the more you learn to ride those waves, not fight them, the more often that door opens. Meditation, breath work, Intentional rest, visualization, all of these help you stabilize in that state. And once you do, your perception begins to shift. You become more awake in your sleep, more lucid in your day, more centered in your chaos. The outer world won't always change, but the way you see it will. You won't just react to life, you'll begin to read it like a sacred text. That is the power of brainwaves when you understand them not just as biology, but as spiritual keys. The technique Jung hinted at was never complicated. It was simply forgotten. But now you remember, and now you see. 7. You must face the 4 inner guardians. Doubt is the first threshold guardian that rises when the soul begins to awaken an echo in the mind that questions not only the path you're on, but whether the path even exists at all. It whispers with surgical precision, challenging your beliefs, your intentions, and even your right to pursue deeper truth. But doubt is not here to destroy your journey. It's here to purify it. It asks whether you are seeking truth for the sake of power or for the sake of transformation. If you cannot face your doubt and move through it with clarity and humility, it will turn your spiritual quest into an intellectual game. But if you allow doubt to refine your inner compass, it sharpens your discernment and makes your soul less susceptible to illusion. And once you've crossed that line, fear steps forward, not just fear of failure, but fear of dissolution, the kind that haunts men who sense their identity unraveling. Fear is the soul's alarm bell when you begin shedding your false selves. It warns you that you are entering territory where logic has no dominion and the ego no longer rules. This fear isn't irrational, it's ancient. It's the soul's trembling in the face of immense expansion. But expansion always begins with contraction. You must lose your grip on certainty to open your hand to mystery. Impatience then comes cloaked in urgency. It is the hunger to arrive before the journey has done its work. It pushes you to demand results from processes that were never meant to be rushed. The modern mind is conditioned to expect spiritual experiences like fast food, quick, cheap, and instantly gratifying. But the soul does not bloom on demand. Its wisdom is slow-cooked in silence, time, and surrender. Impatience will cause you to mistake early insights for full awakenings, temporary calm for lasting peace. But when you breathe through it, you begin to realize that spiritual maturity is not a destination, it's a rhythm, one that honors pauses, setbacks, and stillness as much as breakthroughs. And then, when you've made progress, when visions emerge and intuition deepens, you meet the final guardian spiritual ego. It arrives not as a warning, but as a reward, telling you that you've ascended, that you've seen more than others, that your awakening makes you chosen. And in that moment, you risk falling further than you ever did at the beginning. Because the soul doesn't awaken to be admired, it awakens to serve. The deeper you see, the more invisible you must become. The higher you climb, the more rooted you must stay. Spiritual ego turns sacred vision into performance and turns you from a vessel into a performer. If you don't see this trap, you'll confuse elevation with enlightenment. These 4 guardians, doubt, fear, impatience, and ego, are not your enemies. They are sacred filters through which only the sincere can pass. They test your readiness to truly see, not with the eyes in your head, but with the eyes of the soul. Each one strips you of what is false so that only the essence remains. Your soul's vision is not something you acquire. It is something you remember once the noise has been cleared. Jung understood this. That's why he buried this technique within the fabric of his teachings, revealing it only to those ready to hear without their ears and see without their eyes. Because true spiritual sight doesn't just reveal the world, it transforms the man who sees it. As you confront these four inner guardians, remember they are not here to block you, but to refine you. Your willingness to meet doubt, fear, impatience, and ego with courage is what sets you apart. If you've recognized even one of these within yourself, comment, "I am ready to face my inner guardians," as a sign of your readiness. Your journey through spiritual awakening is unfolding, and this step marks your deeper commitment. Let's keep walking together. 8. Awakening happens in layers and can't be forced. The moment of awakening, as Carl Jung understood, is never loud or theatrical. It's quiet, intimate, and profoundly personal. It rarely arrives all at once, but instead reveals itself in layers, each one peeling back another illusion you once believed was part of you. You may feel a sudden shift in the world, appearing more colorful, time-slowing, or a deep knowing that bypasses logic. But these moments are not the full picture. They're invitations. And these invitations cannot be forced open through effort or desperation. Jung once wrote, "We cannot change anything unless we accept it." This is the heart of spiritual awakening. Surrender, not struggle. The more you try to demand clarity, the more it eludes you. Because awakening comes not when you chase it, but when you become quiet enough to receive it. Think of it like a fog lifting from your inner world, not all at once, but gradually, as your soul allows more light to seep in. Each layer you shed, whether it's fear, ego, or the need for control, brings you closer to your essence. In a culture obsessed with speed and visible transformation, this kind of inner journey might seem slow or uneventful, but it's the most powerful change you will ever undergo. It's not about learning something new. It's about remembering what was buried beneath the noise. The spiritual path is not linear. You don't get from point A to point B in a straight line. Some days, you'll feel awake and wise. Other days, you'll feel lost again. That's part of the spiral. Jung would remind us that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and that journey cannot be rushed. There's a man in his mid-40s who spent years chasing enlightenment, meditating in temples, reading sacred texts, trying every breathwork and ritual he could find. Still, nothing felt real. But one day, while watching his daughter play in silence, something clicked. He wasn't thinking. He wasn't trying. He was just there. And in that moment, he felt something he had never felt during all his spiritual practices. Peace. A quiet, complete, unquestionable peace. That moment didn't come from effort. It came from presence. Carl Jung would call this a return to the self, the soul's remembrance of its own truth, untainted by the projections of the world. The soul does not respond to force. It opens through invitation, through trust, through time. Like a flower blooming at dawn, it cannot be hurried, only witnessed. Every time you let go of the need to control the process, you align more deeply with your essence. And when you finally stop chasing awakening as a goal, it reveals itself as your natural state. Carl Jung didn't give us a map. He gave us a mirror. And in that mirror, we see not who we were told to be, but who we have always been. So let every silence teach you. Let every layer you release bring you home. Let your soul unfold not because you force it, but because you finally allow it. 9. Integration is the real mastery. After awakening, the illusion that you've reached the summit is seductive, but the real journey begins when you try to live your life from that new awareness. Carl Jung made it clear. True spiritual growth is not about escaping into visions or dwelling in the abstract. It's about what you do with that vision in the real world. How you bring the light of your consciousness into the shadows of your daily habits, your relationships, your reactions. Integration is the real mastery. You don't become spiritually evolved just because you've seen something divine. You evolve when you learn how to embody that vision in traffic, in heartbreak, in uncertainty, in work, in silence. That's where the work begins. Journaling isn't just reflection, it's a spiritual technology. It helps you slow down the noise of the ego, make sense of emotions, and track the way your inner world responds to the outer. It turns chaos into clarity. It turns intuition into insight. You begin to notice the rhythms of your soul, speaking louder than the world's noise. Emotional balance becomes sacred, because once your inner sight is open, you start to feel everything. Energies in the room, subtle tension in people's voices, the emotional undercurrent behind their words. You no longer get to numb yourself to protect your comfort. Instead, you're invited to develop spiritual resilience, the ability to stay open without losing yourself. And this is where protecting your energy becomes non-negotiable. It's not about cutting people off in ego. It's about honoring the new frequency you now live in. You can't carry old dynamics into a new dimension of self. Not everyone deserves access to the version of you that's been rebuilt through fire and revelation. Grounding becomes your compass. Not because you're afraid of flying too high, but because the point was never to escape the world, it was to be able to walk through it awake. True mastery is never about floating in light. It's about standing in it while you hold space for others who are still in the dark, and doing so without draining your own flame. You walk differently, speak differently. You listen with your whole being. You see through the lens of the soul. And yet, you still show up fully human, paying bills, raising kids, feeling grief, choosing love. That's the paradox of integration. You are both the witness and the participant, the healer and the hurting, the light and the lamp. You don't abandon your humanity, you become its guardian. The measure of your spiritual growth is not how high you ascend, but how deeply you root your soul into the messiness of life and still radiate presence. You're not here to transcend, you're here to transmute. And in doing so, your life becomes the invisible teaching that touches others without a word. To affirm your commitment to living your awakening, not just seeing it declare your intention. Comment below. I integrate with presence to honor your journey and inspire others to bring spiritual wisdom into everyday life. Thank you for joining us on this eye-opening journey into the depths of Carl Jung's hidden technique to awaken your inner sight. Whether you're just beginning your spiritual path or deep into the process of self-discovery, remember what you seek is already within you, waiting patiently to be seen. If today's video resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss the next revelation we share. Until next time, stay awake, stay curious, and trust the wisdom of your soul. You'll never let addiction win again after this. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. Carl Jung's words cut straight to the heart of addiction. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover the mindset shift that takes away addiction's power, not by sheer force, but by courageously turning inward and meeting the parts of ourselves we've been running from. This is not just about breaking a habit. It's about reclaiming your freedom and your wholeness. As you watch, think about this. What truth about yourself have you been avoiding? And what would happen if you faced it today? Share your reflections in the comments. Your story could be the lifeline someone else needs. 1. Addiction is not just about substances or habits. It's a symptom of deeper, unacknowledged inner pain. Addiction is not merely about a substance or a repeated habit. It is the symptom of a far deeper, often unacknowledged wound that lives within the hidden corridors of the soul. Carl Jung saw addiction not as a flaw of character, but as the shadow's disguise, a clever mask the mind wears to avoid confronting the rejected, wounded, or concealed parts of the self. The shadow is not evil by nature. It is the repository for all the experiences, emotions, and desires that we have pushed away because we could not or would not face them. Within it lie the childhood traumas we never spoke of, the grief we tried to bury, the shame we hoped no one would ever see, and the longings we labeled unacceptable. Over time, these hidden fragments do not disappear. They simply shape our behavior from behind the scenes, pulling strings we don't even know are there. Jung once observed, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls." This avoidance is not weakness, nor is it laziness. It is a survival mechanism, formed in moments when the truth felt too heavy to bear. But what once helped us survive eventually becomes the very prison that keeps us from living. Addiction, in any form, whether to alcohol, work, food, gambling, toxic relationships, or even constant distraction, serves as the mask that allows us to keep turning away from the mirror of the soul. And here's the paradox. When we try to fight addiction with sheer willpower, we often find ourselves losing. We may quit one habit only to replace it with another, stop one behavior only to develop a different compulsion. The surface changes, but the wound beneath remains untouched, calling out for recognition in another form. Jung understood that true freedom from addiction does not come from crushing the shadow into silence, but from integrating it into our conscious life. The shadow must be brought into the light, not to be destroyed, but to be understood, accepted, and reintegrated into the whole of who we are. This is not a comfortable process. It requires the courage to sit in the raw presence of our pain, to acknowledge what we have avoided, and to give voice to the truths we have long kept silent. It means meeting our shame with compassion rather than condemnation, and allowing ourselves to feel what we once numbed at all costs. In doing so, we reclaim the exiled pieces of our soul, not because we were broken, but because those pieces were left behind in our desperate attempts to survive. The shift that makes addiction powerless is not a moment of brute strength, but a moment of radical understanding. Addiction is no longer seen as an enemy to defeat, but as a messenger bearing news from the deepest part of ourselves. The very thing we thought was destroying us becomes the signpost pointing toward what needs healing. When we stop waging war against the symptom and start listening to the message, the compulsion begins to lose its grip. We no longer need it to numb or distract us because we have turned to face the source of our pain directly. In that confrontation, we find that the pain holds within it a hidden wisdom. And when we honor that wisdom, our soul begins to heal in ways that no quick fix, no temporary relief could ever offer. If you're ready to face your shadow and begin healing the pain beneath addiction, comment below. I choose to heal, to take the first step toward true freedom. 2. Cravings are messengers, not enemies. Cravings are not your enemy. They are messengers from the deepest parts of you, carrying truths your conscious mind has tried to bury. Carl Jung, the brilliant Swiss psychiatrist whose work still shapes how we understand the soul, once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls." That is exactly what happens when we fight cravings with nothing but willpower, trying to crush them without asking the one question that truly matters. What are you trying to tell me? Every craving, whether it's for sugar, alcohol, a cigarette, a toxic relationship, or hours lost in endless scrolling, is not simply about the object of desire. It's a signal, a flare from your inner world pointing towards something far more important. Loneliness you haven't voiced, fears you've been avoiding, needs you've been denying, or wounds you've never fully healed. In the modern world, we're conditioned to see cravings as weaknesses to conquer. We are told to distract ourselves, suppress them, or drown them in discipline. But what if they are not weaknesses at all? What if they are invitations that open doors into a deeper understanding of yourself? Think about someone who comes home every night after long, exhausting hours of work and feels an almost irresistible pull toward pouring a drink. On the surface, it looks like poor self-control. But if they stop and truly listen, they might discover that the craving is not for alcohol. It's for connection, for warmth, for a life that feels alive. It's the aching reminder that the silence of an empty home is not what their soul longs for. And if they answer that deeper need by finding community, rekindling old passions, or creating a sense of meaning, the craving begins to fade, not because they forced it away, but because its message has been heard. Carl Jung's teachings show us that the unconscious mind always finds a way to speak, and cravings are one of its clearest languages. Every urge is like a persistent knock at the door of your awareness. Ignore it, and it grows louder. Slam the door, and it pounds harder. But open it, and you may find that what you feared was a destructive force is actually a guide pointing you toward the healing you've been searching for. Yet in today's culture, we have mastered the art of drowning these signals. We binge watch shows to escape, scroll through social media to numb, shop to fill a void, or overwork to avoid stillness. All of these are disguises for the same truth your soul is trying to speak to you, but you've been too busy to listen. The shift happens when you stop seeing cravings as battles to win and start seeing them as conversations to have. You don't need to fight them. You need to sit with them. You need to ask, what is this feeling really about? Sometimes the answer will surprise you. It might be grief. It might be unexpressed anger. It might be the longing to be seen, loved, and understood. And once you address that core wound, the craving no longer needs to shout. The truth is, addiction begins to lose its power over you, not when you overpower it, but when you understand it. The real struggle is not against the craving itself, but against the disconnection from your own truth. When the next urge rises, don't rush to suppress it. Pause. Breathe. Let it speak. Because the craving that once felt like chains holding you down might actually be the key to unlocking the very door you've been afraid to open. In the quiet space of listening without judgment, you'll find that every craving you've ever had was never about weakness. It was about the soul's attempt to bring you home to yourself. 3. Willpower alone fails because it exhausts you. Willpower alone fails because it drains the very life out of you, leaving you exhausted, frustrated, and trapped in the same cycle you swore you'd escape. You push and push, believing that sheer force will be enough, but it's like trying to hold back the ocean with your bare hands. The waves will always return. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This is why real change is never born from willpower alone. It is born from awareness. It begins the moment you stop fighting blindly and start paying attention. The moment you pause when the craving comes, look it in the eye, and name it. You begin to ask the deeper questions. What is this craving trying to tell me? What wound is it hiding? What emptiness is it trying to fill? And in that stillness, the craving is no longer just a force pulling you into darkness. It becomes a messenger from the depths of your soul, pointing you towards something within that has been left unattended for far too long. Jung understood that addiction is not merely a mental or physical weakness. It is, at its core, a spiritual crisis. It is the soul's desperate cry to reconnect with something sacred that has been lost. When you rely only on willpower, you're standing at the edge of a river trying to block the current without ever exploring where the water comes from. Awareness, however, invites you to walk upstream, to find the hidden spring, to understand why the waters flow the way they do. It allows you to notice the subtle triggers, the loneliness that creeps in late at night, the boredom that numbs your mind, the unresolved pain that whispers in moments of stillness. And instead of letting these moments control you, you meet them with compassion and curiosity. In doing so, you take back the power you thought you had lost. In everyday life, you can see this truth in the way habits hold people hostage. Whether it's the constant pull towards cigarettes, the compulsion to overeat, the mindless hours lost to scrolling on your phone, or the repeated return to a toxic relationship, the pattern is the same. Sheer will can hold it off for a while, but eventually the craving wins. That's because the habit is never the true problem. It's the visible symptom of something hidden. As Eckhart Tolle wisely said, what you resist persists. The more you treat the craving as an enemy, the more it thrives in the shadows, waiting for the moment your defenses weaken. But when you turn toward it with awareness, when you stop running and start listening, you strip it of its power because it can no longer hide from you. The true shift that makes addiction powerless is not about tightening your grip. It's about loosening it in the right way. It's about stepping into the role of a conscious observer of your own mind and spirit, tracing the roots of your patterns and unraveling them with patience. It's the willingness to feel discomfort without being consumed by it, to sit in the presence of the craving and say, I see you, I hear you, I know what you're trying to tell me, and I will tend to that truth. This is the essence of spiritual mastery, not the absence of temptation, but the presence of deep, unwavering awareness. And in that awareness, the craving dissolves, not because you crushed it, but because you understood it. Once it is brought into the light, it no longer has a place to hide, and you are finally free, not by force, but by truth. If this perspective resonates with you, like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's keep uncovering the deeper truth about lasting change together. 4. Facing the shadow transforms it. Suppressing an urge is like trying to hold back a tide with your bare hands. The more you fight it, the more force it gathers. Carl Jung understood that this resistance does not dissolve the craving. It strengthens it, feeding it with the very energy of your denial. He wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And in that truth lies the key to transformation." Addiction is not just a behavior or a bad habit. It is a signal from the soul, a manifestation of an unacknowledged shadow calling out to be seen. When you meet that shadow with attention, honesty, and curiosity instead of fear or shame, its grip weakens, and the healing process begins. The shadow thrives in secrecy, and when we hide from it, it grows in the dark like roots spreading underground, unseen but powerful. By bringing it into the light, we rob it of that hidden strength. This does not mean indulging every impulse, but rather observing it without judgment, asking what message it holds. Often, the craving itself is not for the substance, the behavior, or the distraction, but for the comfort, relief, or escape it symbolizes. Someone who pours another drink may actually be reaching for peace after a day of silent emotional battles, just as someone who loses themselves in endless scrolling may be seeking connection they cannot find in the real world. When you pause and acknowledge the craving, saying, "I see you. I understand why you're here," you stop waging war against yourself and begin a conversation with the deeper truth your soul has been trying to express. Facing the shadow is an act of compassion, not condemnation. It is choosing to treat the wounded parts of yourself not as enemies to be eradicated, but as children needing guidance. Each urge becomes an invitation to uncover the unmet needs, unresolved grief, or suppressed desires hiding beneath the surface. In this way, the shadow ceases to be an obstacle and becomes a guide. You realize that darkness is not the opposite of light, but its partner in creating wholeness. The addiction loses its power, not because it vanishes instantly, but because it no longer controls the choices you make. You integrate the lesson it carried, and in doing so, restore balance between the conscious mind and the hidden layers of your being. Over time, the inner struggle fades. What once felt like an overpowering force becomes just another wave in the ocean of your awareness, noticed, understood, and allowed to pass without pulling you under. This is the transformation Jung spoke of, the moment when the unconscious no longer directs your life in secret. By facing the shadow, you reclaim authorship of your own fate, living not in reaction to your hidden fears, but in harmony with the full truth of who you are. And in that harmony, the soul is free, and addiction has no hold. 5. Use the energy of craving for transformation. Carl Jung once said that people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. And when it comes to addiction, this truth reveals a powerful key to freedom. Every craving you feel, whether for a cigarette, a drink, unhealthy food, or the endless pull of your phone is not just a meaningless impulse. It is a surge of pure, raw energy waiting to be claimed. The real problem is not the craving itself, but the pattern you've been conditioned to follow. The automatic path that channels that energy into the same destructive habits over and over again. But cravings can be transformed. The energy they hold can be redirected into new, soul-nourishing rituals. Writing down your thoughts, moving your body, breathing deeply, or engaging in self-reflection that brings clarity instead of chaos. In a world that offers instant gratification at every turn, it's no wonder so many people feel powerless against their urges. Yet within every moment of desire lies a hidden opportunity for transformation. The restlessness that pushes you toward unhealthy choices can become the same fire that fuels your growth. The urge to binge on junk food can power an intense workout. The impulse to get lost in endless scrolling can drive you to finally begin a creative project you've been postponing for years. It's not about killing the craving. It's about giving it a new purpose. I once knew a man who battled alcohol for over 2 decades. Each evening, like clockwork, he felt the familiar pull that used to lead him straight to the bar. But instead of giving in, he began walking to a nearby park, breathing in the fresh air and listening to music that lifted his spirit. At first, the cravings grew louder, almost angry that he was ignoring them. But with each redirection, something shifted. He began to see that alcohol had never been the true need. It was connection, movement, and a sense of being alive that his soul was hungry for. Over time, the same energy that once drove his addiction became the energy that rebuilt his life. Every craving is a crossroad. One path takes you back to temporary relief, followed by the same emptiness. The other path leads to conscious transformation, where the energy that once chained you becomes the force that sets you free. Instead of asking, "How do I stop wanting this?" ask, "What can I create with this energy?" That question changes everything. It may lead you to write a song, dance in your kitchen, call someone you love, pray, meditate, paint, or simply breathe until the urge softens into peace. Your cravings are not your enemies. They are messengers, pointing you toward the places where your spirit longs for more. When you learn to feed that hunger with purpose, creativity, and presence, you discover a kind of freedom that no temporary fix could ever give you. If this message resonates with you, comment, "I'm transforming," below, and let us know how you're turning your cravings into growth. Your voice inspires others on the same journey. 6. Individuation is the ultimate goal. Individuation is the ultimate goal. And in the deepest spiritual sense, it is the sacred journey of becoming the truest version of yourself, a self that is whole, integrated, and unafraid of its own depths. Recovery is not merely quitting a habit or resisting temptation. It is the profound act of gathering all the scattered pieces of your being, the light you proudly show, and the shadows you've tried to bury, and uniting them in harmony. As Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Addiction is rarely about the substance or behavior itself. It is a symptom of something far more hidden. Unresolved wounds, unmet needs, and parts of the soul that have been exiled. You may believe you're craving a drink, a cigarette, or a screen, but what you are truly craving is connection, safety, and the relief of being at home within yourself. When you only focus on stopping the behavior, you may remove the symptom, but the emptiness still lingers, waiting to manifest in another form. True recovery demands courage, the courage to turn toward the pain you've avoided, to listen to the voice in the shadows, and to invite it into the light. Jung also reminded us, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. And yet, the moment you choose to face your soul, instead of running from it, the chains of addiction begin to loosen. This is not about exhausting yourself in an endless battle of willpower. It is about dissolving the very conditions that gave your cravings their power. In this process, something extraordinary begins to grow in self-trust. You discover that you can sit with discomfort and not be destroyed by it, that you can allow grief, anger, and longing to move through you without drowning in them, and that you can choose actions that honor your highest self rather than being ruled by impulse. Every moment of weakness becomes a mirror, showing you where you are still divided, and every step toward awareness strengthens the bridge between your conscious mind and the deeper truth of your soul. This is where recovery transforms from an act of survival into a work of spiritual art, turning pain into wisdom, fear into courage, and fragmentation into wholeness. When you reach this place, addiction no longer holds you because you no longer need it. Life itself becomes full enough, rich enough, and meaningful enough to be lived without escape. 7. Lasting change comes through small, consistent acts of self-awareness. Lasting change does not come from sudden bursts of willpower or dramatic promises made in moments of desperation. It grows quietly through small, consistent acts of self-awareness that accumulate over time, reshaping not only your habits, but also the very fabric of your soul. Carl Jung's timeless insight, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, reveals the essence of this transformation. The real victory over addiction begins when you stop wearing the identity of the addict, like an unshakable shadow, and start embracing the role of the conscious chooser. This shift is not merely about resisting the drink, the cigarette, the pill, or the late-night scroll on your phone. It is about creating a new relationship with yourself, one built on compassion, awareness, and trust. At first, these moments of awareness may seem small and almost fragile, like a single candle in a dark room. But every pause before an impulse, every deep breath taken instead of reacting, every moment spent listening to the feeling behind the craving becomes a quiet rebellion against the old self that once lived on autopilot. With each conscious choice, you send a message to the deepest parts of your being that you are no longer a slave to old patterns. You are an active participant in your own freedom. This is not a quick or linear process. Some days you may stumble, but even in those moments, awareness is still at work, teaching you, guiding you, and reshaping your inner landscape. Over time, these repeated choices form a new rhythm of life, where your decisions are no longer dictated by compulsion, but by clarity. You begin to feel a quiet strength rising from within, the kind of strength that does not need to announce itself because it is rooted in truth. The old label of addict fades, not because you have erased your past, but because you have rewritten your present. And in doing so, you have claimed a future that belongs entirely to you. Each day becomes a subtle act of devotion to your own soul, an ongoing conversation between who you once were and who you are becoming. You start to notice that the cravings lose their sharp edge, not because they have disappeared entirely, but because they no longer define you. Your power lies not in fighting against the addiction with clenched fists, but in walking a new path with open eyes, making small, deliberate choices that accumulate into an unshakable way of being. And one day, without even realizing it, you will look back and see that the war you thought you were fighting has ended not with a single, dramatic victory, but with countless small acts of courage that turned struggle into strength and turned a wounded soul into a free one. If this speaks to your soul and you're ready to embody it, repeat after me. I choose awareness every day. I am no longer defined by my past. I am the conscious creator of my life. 8. Freedom is a daily practice. Freedom is a daily choice you make in the smallest and often most overlooked moments of your life. And it is in these moments that the battle against addiction is truly won. Each time a craving rises a pull toward the drink, the cigarette, the endless scrolling, or whatever form your escape takes, you are standing at a crossroads. One road leads to the familiar cycle that has kept you trapped for years, and the other is the path of reclaiming your life. Carl Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls." And addiction thrives in that avoidance, feeding on the refusal to sit with discomfort, to confront pain, and to face what lies deep within. But the moment you meet a craving, not with judgment or shame, but with curiosity and compassion, you change the entire dynamic. You no longer run from the urge. You lean into it and ask, "What are you here to teach me?" In that question lies your true power, not in gritting your teeth to resist, but in listening closely to what your soul has been trying to tell you all along. Think of the times you've been pulled into the trap of temptation after a long, exhausting day. A boss's harsh words, a fight with a loved one, or a crushing wave of loneliness, and all you wanted was to lose yourself in hours of television, food, or a numbing drink. In the past, the escape came almost automatically, disguised as self-care. But what if you paused instead? What if you asked yourself, what am I really craving right now? You might find it's not the drink you need, but the release of stress. Not the food you hunger for, but the comfort of connection. Not the distraction you seek, but the relief of being truly seen. I once heard the story of a man who had wrestled with alcohol for over 20 years. His breakthrough wasn't the day he promised never to drink again. It was the day he allowed himself to sit quietly with the craving and realized it wasn't about alcohol at all. It was about a desperate need for peace, for stillness, for a way to silence the constant noise in his mind. From that day, he began to find healthier ways to give himself those things, and the craving slowly began to lose its hold on him. Carl Jung saw addiction not as a moral failing, but as a symptom, a signal from deep within that something is out of balance and calling for your attention. This understanding shifts the fight entirely. You stop battling the craving as if it's an enemy to be defeated, and instead treat it as a messenger delivering urgent truth about your inner world. Meeting it with compassion, you begin to ask the right questions. Where am I hurting? What am I avoiding? What need am I not honoring? Over time, every encounter with a craving becomes an opportunity to heal. You start to notice that by choosing to stay present rather than escape, you are building strength, not just mental strength, but spiritual strength. You are proving to yourself over and over again that you are not powerless, that you are not broken, and that you no longer need to numb your reality to survive it. The truth is that freedom isn't won in a single dramatic gesture. It is built brick by brick through countless quiet victories. Every time you pause instead of reacting, every time you choose to feel instead of flee, you are rewriting your story. You are breaking generational patterns, healing wounds you may not have even known you carried, and transforming your life into something far more expansive than the craving ever promised. And though the craving may still visit you from time to time, it will no longer rule you. To affirm your dedication to living in freedom each day, declare it now. Comment below. I choose freedom to honor your journey and inspire others to meet their cravings with courage and compassion. And so, the real victory over addiction begins not with force, but with awareness by turning inward, meeting the parts of yourself you've been running from, and transforming them into allies rather than enemies. As Carl Jung taught us, what you resist not only persists, it grows stronger. But when you shift your mindset, when you embrace the message your soul is sending you, the grip of addiction loses its power. If this insight spoke to your heart, don't keep it to yourself. Leave a like, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos that could change the way you see yourself and the world. Uncovering the Mother Wound, a soul-level healing journey. The hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. This old saying reminds us just how profoundly a mother's influence shapes our soul. But what happens when that influence leaves behind more wounds than warmth? On Spiritual Wisdom, today's video dives deep into the emotional and spiritual terrain of the mother wound, a hidden imprint that silently affects our relationships, self-worth, and inner peace. Drawing on Carl Jung's timeless insights, we invite you to explore how this wound is not just personal, but ancestral and collective, and more importantly, how it can be healed. As you watch, ask yourself, have I truly faced the parts of me shaped by unmet needs and silent pain? Leave a comment below and share your thoughts. Your story may help someone else begin their healing too. Let's begin this journey of soul-level transformation together. 1. The mother wound is real and often invisible. Society paints motherhood as the ultimate expression of unconditional love, warmth, and nurturing. But beneath that romanticized image lies a truth many carry in silence: the mother's wound. It's a deep, often invisible imprint left on the soul when maternal love is inconsistent, manipulative, rejecting, or entirely absent. Whether the wound was born from overt trauma, like emotional coldness or abandonment, or from covert control masked as care, its effects are profound. It shapes how you see yourself, how safe you feel being emotionally vulnerable, and how you navigate intimacy and self-worth. You may have learned early on that love had to be earned, that your feelings were too much, or that your needs were inconvenient. As a result, you adapted. You became the pleaser, the perfectionist, the fixer. the one who sacrificed authenticity for approval. But that survival strategy came at a cost, a fractured connection to your true self, and a soul still waiting to feel safe enough to exist without apology. The mother wound is not just a memory from childhood. It's alive in adulthood in the form of people-pleasing, boundary issues, burnout, or relationships that mirror emotional instability. It hides behind your high-achieving, your self-doubt, your tendency to shrink so others feel comfortable. And yet, this wound often goes unspoken, buried under guilt, especially in a culture that deifies mothers and shames any narrative that contradicts that ideal. But healing begins when you stop defending the pain and start naming it. This is not about blame, it's about the truth. It's about validating the part of your soul that never felt fully seen or cherished. Carl Jung reminds us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And so, we must become conscious of how this wound has shaped our identity, our beliefs about love, and our relationship to power and worth. Healing the mother's wound doesn't mean cutting ties or holding grudges. It means reclaiming the emotional real estate that has long been occupied by fear, guilt, or unmet expectations. It means learning to mother yourself to meet your own emotional needs with gentleness, with clarity, and with compassion. It means allowing your soul to grieve the love it didn't receive, and then choosing, over and over, to give yourself the love that was missing. And as you do, the old patterns begin to dissolve. You no longer need to chase validation. You no longer confuse control for care. You begin to feel safe in your truth and whole in your presence. This is the quiet revolution of soul healing. It's invisible on the outside, but internally, it changes everything. If you've ever faced the silent pain of a complicated mother-child relationship, we invite you to share your story in the comments. It could help someone feel less alone. And if you're just beginning to explore this healing journey, comment, "I'm ready to heal," so we can walk this path together, one soul at a time. 2. The pain is internalized and passed on. When a child grows up without feeling fully seen, safe, or unconditionally loved by the one person who was meant to offer those things, the wound left behind is not just emotional, it's soul deep. Carl Jung's insight that, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, speaks directly to this truth. The mother's wound isn't always visible. It doesn't always come from overt abuse or cruelty. Often, it is born from emotional absence, silent criticism, or a love that felt conditional. Over time, that subtle ache transforms into a set of internal beliefs that whisper, "I'm not good enough," "My needs are a burden," or "I must earn love to deserve it." And without realizing it, these beliefs start to shape how you relate to everything: your boundaries, your self-worth, your relationships, your success. Take the story of Mia, a high-achieving woman who can never rest without guilt. She constantly says yes, even when she's exhausted, seeking validation in every area of her life. On the surface, she's accomplished, but inside, she feels like an imposter. This isn't a personality flaw, it's a survival response. Her mother was present physically, but emotionally distant, only showing affection when Mia performed well. That taught her that love is earned, not given freely. Carl Jung would say that Mia isn't just reacting to her present, it's her unconscious past that's playing out in her present behavior. These soul-level imprints don't start with us. but they live within us until we name them. And if we don't, we pass them down. Because unhealed wounds always find expression, usually in the next generation. That's why the journey of healing the mother wound isn't about assigning blame. It's about reclaiming the parts of ourselves that we abandoned to stay loved. When you finally recognize that what you thought was your personality perfectionism, people-pleasing, emotional numbness was actually a set of coping strategies to survive emotional disconnection, you begin to open a doorway back to your soul. You stop chasing external approval and start offering yourself the unconditional presence you always craved. You stop running from your pain and begin to witness it with compassion. This is what soul-level healing looks like, not fixing yourself, but remembering that you were never broken to begin with. Healing doesn't require your mother's apology or her understanding. It only requires your willingness to see the wound and hold it differently. As you learn to mother yourself, your nervous system softens, your boundaries strengthen, your voice becomes clearer. You are no longer a child waiting to be chosen. You are the adult choosing yourself again and again. And in doing so, you become the one who ends the generational story of silence, shame, and self-abandonment. The wound may not have started with you, but the healing can and must start with you. Because your soul remembers everything, and it's waiting for you to return to the truth that you are already enough, already worthy, already whole. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on breaking generational patterns and healing the hidden wounds that shape our identity. Your journey to conscious transformation starts here. 3. Attachment patterns stem from early maternal bonds. Attachment theory reveals a powerful truth that the emotional patterns we carry into adulthood are often echoes of the bond we formed with our mother in our earliest days. If that bond was nurturing and stable, it planted the seeds of security, trust, and self-worth. But if it was marked by absence, criticism, unpredictability, or emotional coldness, it left a spiritual wound so deep it shaped how we give and receive love. Many walk through life with anxious attachment, clinging tightly to relationships in fear of abandonment, constantly needing reassurance because deep down, they were never sure love would stay. Others develop avoidant attachment, keeping people at arm's length, building walls instead of bridges, because intimacy feels like a risk they can't afford. And some are caught in a disorganized pattern, simultaneously yearning for connection and fearing it, approaching only to pull away, trapped in a confusing dance of emotional chaos that began in a home where love was both the prize and the punishment. These aren't personality flaws. They're survival strategies, coping mechanisms crafted by a child trying to make sense of a mother's inconsistent signals. Carl Jung once said, "The greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parent." And in that one sentence lies the heartbreaking reality of the mother's wound. Because so often, we didn't just receive our mother's affection, we inherited her fears, her shame, her silence, her inability to love herself, and her longing to be loved in return. We became the emotional container for her unmet needs, and in the process, many of us lost touch with our own. The spiritual wound is not just about what happened, it's about what didn't happen. It's about the hugs that weren't given, the words that weren't spoken, the safety that wasn't felt, the gaze that never fully saw you. And that absence of nourishment leaves a soul starving for recognition, aching for love, and confused about its worth. This wound seeps into every corner of life. It influences how you choose partners, how you react to feedback, how you set or violate your own boundaries, how you chase success to prove your worth, or sabotage it out of guilt. It whispers in your ear, telling you you're too much when you express your emotions, or not enough when you ask to be seen. But healing this is not about turning against your mother. It's about turning toward yourself with fierce compassion. It's about reparenting the inner child who had to grow up too fast, who never felt fully chosen, and who still believes love must be earned through self-betrayal. Spiritual healing means becoming the mother you never had. It means sitting with your wounds without shame, honoring the pain without becoming it, and finally giving yourself the tenderness you always craved. The moment you begin to see your emotional triggers not as flaws, but as messages from your soul asking to be heard, everything begins to shift. You no longer chase love. You attract it through authenticity. You no longer fear abandonment. You embrace solitude as sacred space. You no longer repeat cycles. You create new patterns rooted in self-trust. The nervous system begins to calm. The need for external validation fades, and slowly, the child within you feels safe enough to rest. Healing the mother's wound is a spiritual awakening. It's the act of remembering who you were before the world told you who to be. It's peeling back the layers of adaptation to rediscover the soul that has always been whole underneath. And while this journey isn't easy, it is the gateway to freedom. Because once you mother yourself with unconditional love, you stop searching for it in people who cannot give it. You stop trying to fix what someone else broke. You stop confusing love with pain. And in that sacred reclamation, you don't just heal, you transform. 4. The inner mother must be transformed, not the real one. So many of us silently carry a hunger we can't quite name, the aching need for the love, safety, and acceptance that should have come from our mother, but never did. We grow up learning to survive emotional deserts, navigating life with a deep-rooted sense that something essential was missing. But what if the answer isn't found in waiting for your mother to change or finally say the words you've longed to hear? What if the real healing begins when you realize that the transformation doesn't depend on her at all, but on you? Carl Jung taught that within every human being lives an archetype called the Great Mother, a psychic blueprint that shapes how we love, nurture, and relate to the feminine. This inner figure, embedded deep within your soul, is not your literal mother, but the emotional imprint of how you experienced her. If she was critical, absent, cold, or controlling, that distortion becomes internalized, and the voice you now hear inside may not be your own, it might be hers. And so, you don't just inherit her genes, you inherit her emotional patterns, her pain, her silence, and her inability to give what she never received. Healing the mother wound at the soul level means shifting the internalized image of her that still governs your sense of worth. This isn't about blame, it's about liberation. It's about understanding that the mother you needed can now be rebirthed within you through intention, compassion, and spiritual courage. That means gently confronting the inner critic that mimics her voice and replacing it with the voice of the healed mother archetype, the one who is unconditionally loving, endlessly nurturing, and fiercely protective. It means grieving what was missing without shame and choosing to show up for your own needs with presence and power. This process is not linear. One moment you might feel rage, the next, sorrow, then profound clarity. But each step you take toward reshaping that inner bond is a radical act of soul reclamation. You begin to mother yourself in the way you were never mothered, setting boundaries not out of rebellion, but from reverence, speaking to yourself with tenderness instead of punishment, no longer performing for love, but embodying it from within. As you do this, the grip of the old mother's wound begins to loosen, and a new story takes root, one in which you are no longer the child begging to be seen, but the soul awakening to its own divine nurturance. You don't need your actual mother to become someone else. You only need to stop waiting for the love that never came and start becoming the source of it for yourself. Because true freedom is not found in her transformation, it's found in yours. If you're still with us on this healing journey, comment, "I'm transforming within," below. Your reflections help us grow this space for deep emotional and spiritual healing. 5. The persona and shadow are born from the mother complex. To survive childhood, many of us unconsciously shape ourselves into someone we think will be loved. What Carl Jung called the persona, the obedient child, assistant, the helper, the one who doesn't make waves. In doing so, we exile parts of ourselves that felt too messy, too needy, too angry, too emotional into the shadow. Over time, this split creates inner tension, manifesting in adulthood as anxiety, guilt, emotional numbness, or the painful urge to please everyone while quietly losing ourselves. You might feel like you're constantly performing, showing up with a smile even when you're exhausted, or swallowing your truth just to keep the peace. And the saddest part is, you may not even know why, only that something feels hollow. This deep fracture, this internal war, often stems from the mother complex, the emotional pattern we form in response to how love was given or withheld by our mothers. Carl Jung understood that our healing doesn't lie in rejecting the mother or blaming her, but in integrating the parts of ourselves we once had to abandon. One woman I worked with had spent her entire life striving to be perfect wife, perfect employee, perfect daughter, but she was emotionally burnt out and riddled with self-doubt. When we traced her exhaustion to its roots, we found a little girl who learned she could only earn love by being flawless. That child never got to rest, to say no, to just be. The spiritual journey of individuation invites us to go inward, not to fix ourselves, but to reclaim the parts we exiled. It means letting the angry parts speak. It means holding the sorrowful self close. It means asking, who am I when I am no longer performing for approval? It means realizing that the parts of yourself you were taught to suppress were not shameful. They were sacred. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Healing the mother's wound is not about confronting your mother. It's about confronting the truth within yourself. It's about creating safety in your own soul for emotions that once felt dangerous. It's about knowing you are not ungrateful for telling the truth. You are not dramatic for feeling deeply. You are not weak for wanting to be loved without conditions. The mother's wound is real, but so is your capacity to heal it. And that healing begins when you stop running from your shadow and start listening to it. So here's what I want you to remember. Your pain is not imaginary. It's inherited, but it's also interruptible. You can still love your mother and acknowledge what hurt. Your shadow is not a flaw. It is a guide. Healing does not require perfection. It requires presence. And wholeness isn't something you achieve. It's something you remember, because your soul was never broken, only buried beneath the masks you wore to survive. 6. Archetypes, like anima and animus, are also distorted. The mother's wound isn't just emotional, it's spiritual, ancestral, and deeply archetypal. Carl Jung's insights into the unconscious remind us that the patterns we carry often begin in silence, in childhood, and get etched into the soul. Men with unresolved mother wounds often find themselves drawn to emotionally distant or controlling partners, not because they want to suffer, but because their psyche is trying to recreate the pain of not being nurtured, in the secret hope that this time it might finally lead to healing. It's not weakness, it's a spiritual reenactment of an unmet need, a subconscious longing to be chosen and seen by the feminine energy that once felt cold or unavailable. For women, the mother wound doesn't always show up in relationships with others. It often turns inward, becoming a harsh, punishing inner voice. This is the distorted animus, the masculine archetype within, which instead of protecting and guiding, becomes a critic demanding perfection, productivity, and relentless self-discipline. It's the voice that tells her she is never enough, never doing enough, never lovable unless she's achieving. These distorted archetypes, anima and animus, are not random flaws. They are spiritual symptoms of generational pain and emotional inheritance. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And that's exactly what the mother wound does. It hides in the shadows, replaying itself in failed relationships, burnout, anxiety, and self-sabotage, all while whispering that this is just how life is. But it isn't. This is not fate. It's a wound, and wounds can heal. To begin the journey is to stop blaming and start becoming aware, not of what she did or didn't do, but of the parts of you that formed in response to it. Healing is not about rewriting your childhood or confronting your mother. It's about rewriting the voice in your head, the rules in your nervous system, the beliefs in your soul. It's about recognizing that your inner critic may not be you. It may be her voice, her fear, her wound echoing through your being. And once you see that, you begin to reclaim yourself. The spiritual path back to wholeness begins when you stop seeing your pain as a burden and begin to see it as a teacher. That ache you feel in your chest, that's not drama or weakness. That's your soul asking to be heard. That's your sacred self calling you back. Healing the mother wound is a soul-level awakening. It's learning to mother yourself in the way you were never mothered, to create a home within your own heart, to stop performing and start receiving. And when you do, you don't just heal, you liberate. You break the cycle not only for yourself, but for every generation that comes after you. Now, take a deep breath, soften your body, and bring awareness to the voices within. Are they truly yours, or echoes of a wounded past? If this message speaks to your soul, comment, "I'm reclaiming my inner voice," below, and let the healing begin. 7. Healing involves awareness, release, and reparenting. There is a kind of grief that doesn't always scream. It simmers beneath perfectionism, people-pleasing, emotional detachment, or an aching loneliness that even love can't quite soothe. This grief, rooted in the absence or distortion of maternal love, leaves behind a soul-level wound that silently shapes how you trust, how you relate, how you speak to yourself when no one's listening. It's not always born from obvious abuse. Sometimes it's the cold tone, the missed eye contact, the love that came with conditions, or the constant message that your emotions were too much. Carl Jung once said, "The greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parent." And when your mother never healed her pain, you were often handed the weight of it. But healing does not begin with blame. It begins with awareness. The moment you name what was missing, what hurt, what shaped your identity in silence. This awareness cracks the illusion that your childhood was fine just because your physical needs were met, and it gives you permission to stop normalizing emotional starvation. Once awareness takes root, the next step is release, learning to let go of the buried rage, grief, and longing in a way that honors the child you were and the adult you are becoming. Tools like letter writing allow you to say what was never safe to speak. Inner child dialogues give voice to parts of you frozen in time. The empty chair method lets you express what your younger self needed to scream. Visualization helps you see yourself holding that child with the tenderness no one else could give. These aren't just techniques. They are sacred encounters with the soul, where you finally make contact with the pain that has been living inside you for decades. And then comes the reparenting, not as a concept, but as a daily spiritual practice. You become the mother you always needed, patient, present, warm, and strong. You start speaking to yourself in ways that soothe instead of shame, and you begin offering your inner child what she was once denied: comfort, safety, joy, and permission to be messy, loud, or sad without punishment. This is the essence of soul work, to rebuild the inner scaffolding from which you live, so that your choices are no longer shaped by old wounds, but by deep self-trust. Jungian therapy supports this beautifully, helping you recognize the inner archetypes that have ruled your life: the inner critic, the abandoned child, the hero, the shadow, and slowly transform them into allies rather than saboteurs. As the internal landscape shifts, your external life changes too. You stop needing others to validate you because you've become your own emotional home. You stop chasing love and start attracting it from a place of sovereignty. You stop apologizing for your existence and start living from your soul. The mother wound no longer owns your narrative. It becomes the very soil from which your healing grows. 8. You can break the cycle and reclaim wholeness. You can break the cycle and reclaim your wholeness, not through blame or resentment, but by stepping into the quiet power of awareness, presence, and emotional responsibility. Healing is not about fixing the past or waiting for apologies that may never come. It's about no longer abandoning yourself in the ways others once did. As Carl Jung said, "He who looks inside awakens." And when you dare to look inward with honesty instead of shame, you begin to understand that your pain was never proof of your failure, but a call to awaken. Maybe you grew up in a home where love was conditional, where emotional neglect or constant criticism taught you that you had to earn affection. That silence was safer than honesty. That pain doesn't disappear just because you grow older. It hides in your relationships, your fears, your self-talk. One woman, outwardly thriving with a beautiful family and successful business, confessed that every achievement still left her empty. She wasn't chasing goals. She was chasing the mother who never truly saw her. Her healing didn't begin with confrontation. It began when she allowed herself to grieve, not just the mother she had, but the nurturing she never received. That moment of truth broke the trance of generational pain. Because healing at the soul level begins when you stop running and start feeling, when you stop waiting for someone else to validate your wounds and begin holding your inner child in compassion. Carl Jung warned that until we make the unconscious conscious, it will rule our lives and we will call it fate. And so, every time you catch yourself repeating an old pattern of shutting down, self-sabotaging, criticizing yourself in your mother's voice, and choose something different, you are rewriting fate. Not with perfection, but with presence. You don't need to be flawless to heal. You need honesty. You need the courage to stay present when your triggers flare up. You need the humility to forgive your parents without excusing their harm, and the strength to reparent yourself in ways they never could. This isn't about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who you were before the shame, before the conditioning, before you learned to hide your light to feel safe. It's about recognizing that you are not your mother's silence, her rejection, or her wounds. You are the one who stops the cycle by choosing self-love over self-abandonment, truth over performance, and soul alignment over survival. The value of this journey lies not in becoming perfect, but in becoming whole, one choice, one breath, one honest moment at a time. If this message spoke to a part of you that's ready to break the cycle and return to your true self, I'd love to hear how you're choosing presence and emotional responsibility in your own journey. Drop a comment below and share your story. Or if this resonates deeply, simply type, "I choose wholeness," to affirm your path forward. Thank you for joining us on this soul-level journey into healing the mother wound. Remember, acknowledging your pain is not weakness. It's the first act of courage on the path to wholeness. As Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. If this message resonated with you, please take a moment to like this video, share it with someone who may need it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more transformative insights. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos, each one designed to guide you deeper into your healing and spiritual awakening. Your journey matters, your soul matters, and you are never alone. Hurt a man's ego, the secret to making him obsessed with you. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart." In love, as in life, the secret to capturing someone's soul isn't about playing games. It's about understanding the deeper forces that shape attraction and connection. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we'll uncover the untold psychological key that can awaken a man's desire in a way that feels effortless, magnetic, and real. As you listen, think about how these principles can apply not just to romance, but to your own journey of personal growth and happiness. And before we begin, I'd love to hear from you. What's the one quality you believe makes someone unforgettable? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's dive in together. 1. Male ego thrives on emotional control, not kindness or overgiving. Male ego thrives not on kindness or overgiving, but on emotional control, on the subtle art of holding your center no matter what storms may come. A man's deepest longing is to feel unique, irreplaceable, and chosen. Yet when you offer constant validation, respond with predictable reactions, or rush to soothe every insecurity, you may believe you are building intimacy, when in truth, you are feeding his ego while quietly eroding his respect and attraction. Respect in a man's mind is born from the effort he must make to earn your trust, your attention, and your presence. If he always knows what you will say and how you will react, the dance of connection loses its rhythm, and the fire that once drew him begins to fade into complacency. Like a rare gem hidden away from careless hands, your heart and your soul must feel like a treasure, not something found in every marketplace. This does not mean playing cruel games or withdrawing affection to manipulate him. It means grounding yourself in the awareness that your happiness and worth are not dependent on his approval. It means responding with thought instead of impulse, leaving just enough space for him to lean forward, to wonder, and to pursue. Men are wired to value what they work for, to cherish what feels earned. When everything is handed to him without pause, the instinct to rise and claim it begins to die. Carl Jung understood that relationships mirror the deepest corners of the unconscious, and that overgiving often comes from a hidden wound within us, a longing to be chosen, validated, or saved. That wound is not healed by another's endless reassurance, but by turning inward, reconnecting with the soul, and reclaiming your own self-respect. The true secret to making a man's desire for you enduring, even obsessive, is to master the quiet power of emotional self-control, not to punish, but to protect the sacredness of your own energy. When you stop pouring yourself out in the hope of being enough, and instead begin to live in your own light, you shift the dynamic entirely. You no longer attract men who seek only to inflate their ego. You draw in men who seek to honor, cherish, and connect with your soul. Obsession is not born from excess. It is born when a man feels he has encountered something rare, a presence so luminous and self-contained that to lose it would mean losing a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If you're ready to step into your power and shift the dynamic, comment below, "I choose myself," to declare your commitment to self-worth and authentic attraction. 2. Break the cycle by removing predictable validation. When you give a man constant and predictable validation, showering him with praise, admiration, and emotional support without pause, something subtle yet powerful begins to happen. His mind stops recognizing it as a special gift and starts taking it for granted. It shifts from being a rare treasure to a background certainty, and human nature will always undervalue what is endlessly available. Carl Jung understood this deeply, seeing how relationships are often shaped not just by what is present, but by the unconscious impact of what is withdrawn. When you remove the predictable flow of affirmation, you interrupt the comfort zone his psyche has settled into. Suddenly, the emotional nourishment he once received effortlessly is gone, and his unconscious reacts with a sense of loss, sparking an urgent desire to regain that special feeling. This isn't about manipulation. It's about restoring balance and awakening his instinct to value and pursue what he no longer has on demand. In a modern love story, a woman spends months praising her partner's every success, sending good morning and good night messages without fail, and always being the first to initiate connection. At first, he responds with warmth, but slowly his replies become delayed. His enthusiasm fades, and his effort dwindles. She starts to question her worth, wondering if she's losing him. But what's really happening is that her steady stream of validation has trained him to expect without earning. One day, she decides without drama or resentment to stop being the constant giver. She no longer rushes to text first. She offers praise more sparingly, and she focuses on her own passions in life. Almost instantly, something shifts. His messages become quicker. He starts initiating conversations, and he looks for ways to see her. The energy has changed from certainty to curiosity, from passive receiving to active pursuit. Carl Jung would call this reawakening a primal archetype within him, the seeker, driven not by comfort, but by the challenge and fulfillment of winning back what was lost. The deeper truth is that attraction and connection are fueled not by endless, predictable giving, but by the ebb and flow of mutual energy. When one person always provides and the other always receives, the spark dims and respect weakens. By breaking the cycle of guaranteed validation, you reintroduce an element of mystery, and mystery naturally reignites desire. This doesn't mean withholding love or affection completely. It means valuing yourself enough to ensure that the exchange is balanced, that your emotional energy is not given without reciprocity. As Carl Jung taught, relationships thrive when both the conscious and unconscious are engaged, and sometimes the only way to awaken the latter is to step back and create space. When you do, you invite the other person to step forward, not out of obligation, but out of genuine longing. And in that space, appreciation, attraction, and love have the chance to grow stronger than ever before. 3. Use the 3 deadly weapons of psychology. If you truly want to awaken a man's deepest desire and make him see you as someone irreplaceable, you must understand a spiritual and psychological truth that Carl Jung hinted at. People do not become obsessed with what is always available. They become obsessed with what they cannot easily possess. In Jung's words, the meeting of 2 personalities is like the contact of 2 chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. The reaction will never reach its full intensity if there is no element of mystery, no sense of challenge. And that is why the 3 deadly weapons of psychology, emotional scarcity, selective silence, and strategic withdrawal, can work like magic when used with wisdom. These are not games, nor are they manipulations. They are the natural expressions of someone who knows their worth and understands that challenge increases value, while ease often signals low worth. Emotional scarcity means you do not endlessly pour out your affection in hopes that he will reciprocate. Instead, you give warmth in measured doses, allowing space for him to feel the absence of your energy when you are not around. That absence creates longing, and longing is the seed of obsession. Selective silence is the art of letting your quiet speak louder than words. In a world drowning in noise, silence is rare, magnetic, and deeply unsettling to those who have grown used to constant validation. When you do not reply instantly, when you allow pauses in conversation, his mind starts to wander. What are you thinking? What are you doing? Are you even thinking of him at all? That uncertainty draws him in, not because you are withholding out of cruelty, but because you have given his imagination space to run wild. Strategic withdrawal is not about punishing him with absence. It is about stepping back gracefully to preserve your dignity and show that your life is full and rich beyond the relationship. When you immerse yourself in your passions, friendships, and personal growth, you radiate self-respect and self-sufficiency, aligning perfectly with Jung's spiritual insight. That individuation, the process of becoming whole within yourself, is the foundation for deep magnetic attraction. A man is drawn to a woman who stands rooted in her own life because she is not clinging, chasing, or over-explaining. She is simply being. And paradoxically, it is in that space of non-chase where he begins to pursue you, because his primitive brain interprets you as a challenge worth winning. When you combine emotional scarcity, selective silence, and strategic withdrawal with authentic self-worth, you are not just creating intrigue, you are honoring your value. You are embodying the truth that you are not an endless resource to be consumed, but a rare presence to be cherished. And when a man feels both the strength of your presence and the sting of your absence, he will not just want you, he will be obsessed with you. Do you see the power in these three deadly weapons of psychology? If you do, comment below. I agree to share your thoughts and connect with others who are ready to master this art of attraction. 4. Strategic silence is a powerful ego disruptor. Strategic silence is one of the most underestimated yet soul-deep forces you can use to shift the balance of a relationship, not through anger or confrontation, but through the art of absence that makes presence more valuable. When a man becomes accustomed to your constant availability, your quick replies, your eagerness to engage, your willingness to always be there, he unconsciously begins to place himself in a position of comfort and control. His ego starts to believe that your attention is a given, something he doesn't have to work for, something permanent. But when you withhold your response exactly when he expects it, when you choose not to chase, when you resist the urge to fill the space with explanations or reassurances, you disrupt that comfort. The absence of your voice, your words, your energy creates a subtle yet powerful disturbance, forcing him to feel the weight of a silence he didn't anticipate. In that unexpected quiet, his mind starts to wander, and insecurity begins to seep through the cracks of his self-assurance. Questions echo in his thoughts. Why isn't she responding? Did I do something wrong? Has her attention shifted elsewhere? It is here, in this void, that longing is born. Human nature is wired to notice the sudden disappearance of what was once certain, and in that noticing, the value of what's missing grows. Carl Jung's insight into the ego reveals why this works so powerfully. The ego thrives on control, predictability, and affirmation. When those elements are interrupted, the mind scrambles to restore them, and in that scramble, emotions resurface. Your silence doesn't just leave a gap in the conversation. It invites his soul to reach for you, to bridge the distance, to regain what now feels precious. This is not manipulation. It is self-respect in its most elegant form. You are not punishing him with absence. You are reminding him that your presence is a privilege, not a guarantee. Just as music depends on pauses between notes to create beauty, a relationship often needs space to reignite appreciation. When you allow moments of stillness to exist, you create a contrast that makes your presence glow more brightly when it returns. The silence becomes a mirror, reflecting back to him the truth that you are not here to be taken for granted. You are not an accessory to his comfort. You are a soul with your own rhythm, your own worth, and your own boundaries. And as he sits with that realization, the shift happens quietly yet profoundly. His pursuit begins again, not from a place of obligation, but from a renewed desire to feel the connection he now knows is not endless on demand. The very absence that once confused him now draws him in, making him aware that your energy is something to be earned, cherished, and respected. You have not changed who you are. You have simply changed the rules of engagement, allowing your silence to speak in a way that words never could. And in that space, you protect your soul, you guard your dignity, and you teach him without teaching that true obsession is born not from constant exposure, but from the fear of losing something irreplaceable. 5. Shift the power dynamic through self-focus. Carl Jung taught that the deepest and most irresistible form of attraction does not come from desperate pursuit, constant validation, or sacrificing yourself for someone else's approval, but from a place of self-possession where you become so rooted in your own worth that you radiate an energy people cannot ignore. This is why the real secret to making a man obsessed with you is not about bending yourself to fit his world, but shifting the power dynamic entirely by turning the spotlight back onto yourself. When you pour your time, energy, and love into your own physical health, mental strength, personal passions, and meaningful social connections, you create a magnetic presence that speaks louder than any words. Actions like this tell him, without you having to say a thing, that you are the prize, someone whose life is already abundant, joyful, and thriving, whether he is part of it or not. In a world where many people make the mistake of chasing, explaining, or overgiving, the woman who invests in herself stands out as rare and irreplaceable. She becomes the one whose absence is felt more deeply than her presence is taken for granted. Picture a modern example. A woman who has been in a relationship where she gave everything her time, her energy, her emotional labor, only to find herself feeling drained and unseen. When she finally decides to stop trying to fix the relationship and instead begins to fix her focus, something incredible happens. She starts going to the gym, not for revenge, but for her own vitality. She explores new hobbies, maybe photography or dance, not to impress anyone, but to light her own soul on fire. She deepens her friendships, travels to places she's always dreamed of, and pursues career goals she once put on hold. In the process, she stops orbiting his world and starts building her own. This shift is not subtle, it's seismic, and men feel it. The moment a man realizes that you no longer need him for your happiness, that you are fully capable of creating joy, success, and meaning on your own, a deep instinct in him awakens. Psychologically, it triggers both admiration and fear. The fear of losing something precious, the fear that you may never return to the version of yourself who revolved around him. Carl Jung would say, this taps into something primal in the unconscious, the anima or animus projection, the yearning for qualities a person feels are missing in themselves. When you embody self-sufficiency, confidence and purpose. You awaken in him the desire to be close to that energy, to align himself with it, and sometimes even to fight for it. This is not manipulation. It is the natural consequence of living in your fullness. By choosing to thrive independently, you create a gravitational pull that no amount of pleading or persuasion could ever achieve. You become slightly out of reach, not because you are playing games, but because you are genuinely busy building a life you love. And in that space, his mind begins to spiral. What if she realizes she's better off without me? What if someone else sees her worth before I fight for her? That emotional tension makes your presence more valuable than ever. The deeper lesson here is that attraction is not about convincing someone to want you. It's about becoming someone whose life is so rich, so alive, and so aligned that people feel privileged just to be part of it. You stop making any one person the center of your universe, and instead become the sun around which your own dreams, passions, and values revolve. The man who sees this will either rise to meet you or be left behind, but either way, you remain whole. And in that wholeness lies the kind of irresistible pull Carl Jung understood so well. The kind that makes love flow towards you naturally, without force, without fear, and without ever losing yourself in the process. If this message inspires you to reclaim your power, remember to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's keep exploring how self-focus can transform your life and relationships. 6. Break predictable relationship patterns. When you truly want to captivate a man's heart and mind, you must understand that your power does not come from chasing, pleasing, or bending to his every whim. It comes from breaking the predictable patterns he expects and replacing them with your own rhythm. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And in relationships, this means becoming fully aware of the subtle games, emotional traps, and manipulations that many people unconsciously play. When you refuse to respond to manipulation, guilt trips, or emotional bait, you immediately send a clear, undeniable message: you are a woman who cannot be controlled. You are not someone who exists to fill the gaps in his ego or to provide validation on demand. You have your own center, your own pace, and your own sacred space, and you are unafraid to protect it. This is not about playing hard to get in a shallow way, nor is it about being cold or distant for the sake of mystery. It is about moving from a place of spiritual strength and self-awareness. You set the pace of closeness and distance in the relationship, creating a dance where he must adapt to your rhythm instead of dictating the dynamic himself. This shift instantly changes the balance of power. You become like a rare and mesmerizing melody, captivating, intriguing, but never on endless repeat for someone else's convenience. He begins to notice that every moment with you is unique, precious, and never guaranteed, and that realization pulls him closer, not out of fear of losing you, but out of a deep desire to truly know you. When you allow yourself to be drawn into guilt or emotional games, you give away fragments of your personal power, often without realizing it. But when you calmly decline to participate, when you refuse to justify, over-explain, or bend your truth to avoid discomfort, you are affirming something far more powerful: that your energy, time, and emotional space are sacred. In the spiritual sense, this is boundary setting in its highest form. It is the recognition that love can only flourish when it is offered freely, without manipulation, without coercion, without fear. And when a man encounters a woman who lives from this place, he cannot help but feel both respect and fascination, because she is unlike the rest. In practical terms, this might look like letting a provocative text sit unanswered until you are ready to respond with clarity, rather than reacting instantly to defend yourself. It could mean smiling and changing the subject when someone tries to provoke you into an argument. It could mean standing firm on a decision that aligns with your values, even when pressured to compromise. Each of these actions reinforces the truth that you live by choice, not by someone else's script. Over time, he realizes that access to your heart and mind is something that must be earned. And the more he understands this, the more he invests in rising to meet your standards. This is the untold secret that makes a man obsessed in the most authentic way, not because you play games, but because you refuse to be played. You embody a balance of warmth and mystery, love and strength, presence and independence, and that balance is magnetic. In choosing to break free from predictable patterns, you elevate not only the relationship, but also your own spiritual vibration, creating a space where love is deep, respect is mutual, and your worth is never in question. In that space, you don't just hold his attention, you awaken something within him that makes him want to become a better man. 7. True power comes from self-mastery, not his obsession. When you control your emotions, stop needing his approval, and operate from a deep well of self-worth, something shifts in the air around you. His obsession is no longer something you chase. It becomes the natural echo of your presence. This is not about playing games or pretending to be indifferent. It is about anchoring yourself so deeply in your own value that whether he stays or walks away, your soul remains untouched. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And in love, this means standing so firmly in your truth that no man's attention or lack of it can make or break you. When you master your inner world, you stop living in reaction to his moods, his silences, his small gestures, and you start radiating a calm confidence that draws him closer without you lifting a finger. It is the quiet magnetism of a woman who knows she is already complete, who does not bend her boundaries to be liked, who moves through life as if her joy is already overflowing, because it is. Self-mastery is not coldness. It is the warm, steady flame that does not flicker in the wind. It is the strength to smile when he pulls back, to remain centered when he tests you, to hold your ground when he tries to provoke a reaction. It is refusing to make his approval the currency of your happiness. Men feel this difference instantly. They may not be able to put it into words, but they sense the unshakable energy of someone whose life is rich and full without them, whose love is offered freely, but never at the cost of self-respect. This is the kind of woman who lingers in a man's mind long after she leaves the room, not because she chased him, but because she didn't need to. Her soul speaks a silent language, one that says, "I choose me first." And that is the rarest beauty of all. When his obsession stops being your goal and becomes a byproduct of who you are, the dynamic changes completely. You no longer measure your worth by his pursuit. Instead, you understand that the true treasure is the power to walk away with your peace intact. This is the paradox Jung understood so well. The less you need from someone, the more they feel drawn to you. And in the end, the greatest victory is not winning his constant attention. It is realizing that your own soul, steady and unshaken, was the prize all along. To affirm your dedication to self-mastery, declare your commitment. Comment below, "I choose my power," to honor your journey and inspire others to rise in their own unshakable worth. And so, perhaps the most powerful secret is not in changing yourself to please him, but in becoming so deeply rooted in your own worth that he can't help but be drawn to you. When you embody this truth, his attention is no longer something you chase. It becomes something naturally magnetized to your presence. If this message resonated with you, please take a moment to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights that can transform both your relationships and your life. The dark truth about betrayal, Carl Jung's shadow theory. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where today we dive into one of Jung's most powerful insights, the shadow theory, and how betrayal, as painful as it is, often holds the mirror to the parts of ourselves we've denied. This video isn't just about understanding why betrayal hurts so deeply. It's about uncovering what it reveals within us and how that revelation can lead to deep personal growth and spiritual awakening. If you've ever asked, "Why did they do this to me?" or "What did I miss?" you're not alone and you're not powerless. As we explore the hidden layers of betrayal, ask yourself, what parts of your shadow have you been avoiding? Drop a comment below if you've ever experienced a betrayal that later became your greatest teacher. Let's begin this journey inward, because the truth, as Jung teaches us, is never just about them. It's also about you. 1. Betrayal is a psychological mirror, not just an action. Carl Jung believed that betrayal is not merely a conscious act of cruelty, but a reflection of deep psychological conflict, a mirror of the inner world. When someone betrays you, it's rarely because they genuinely hate you. More often, it's because being in your presence reflects something in themselves they cannot face. This is the heart of shadow projection. You may embody a quality they've long suppressed. Your confidence may mirror their insecurity. Your truth may confront their self-deception, or your light may expose their internal darkness. In this way, betrayal is rarely personal. It's psychological. It comes from the unconscious, the disowned, hidden parts of a person that emerge not in calm conversation, but in acts of sabotage and emotional rupture. Jung taught that the shadow is the part of us we refuse to acknowledge, yet it still drives our actions from beneath the surface. When people are not aware of their shadow, they begin to act it out by hurting those they love, destroying what they value, not out of intention, but out of unresolved inner chaos. What makes betrayal so devastating is not just the action itself, but what it awakens within the soul. It touches the deepest parts of us, our longing to be safe, to be seen, to be held without fear of harm. And when someone close pierces that trust, the pain is more than emotional. It's existential. It can fracture your sense of meaning, making you question your worth and reality. But seen through Jung's lens, betrayal becomes a turning point, It's the moment when the illusions we've built around connection, safety, and even identity begin to crumble. Were we trying too hard to be needed? Were we ignoring discomfort because we feared loneliness more than disloyalty? These are not just psychological questions, they are soul questions, because every betrayal offers a brutal kind of clarity. It strips away the stories we tell ourselves and confronts us with the raw truth of where we've abandoned ourselves for the sake of being loved. And this is the paradox of betrayal. While it wounds, it also reveals. It reveals what parts of your soul you've silenced to keep the peace. It reveals what patterns you've repeated, what red flags you've justified, and what boundaries you've erased in hopes of belonging. But Jung would say that this confrontation with pain is necessary for transformation. The shadow must be brought into the light. We cannot heal what we refuse to see. And so, betrayal becomes a kind of initiation, a painful rite of passage that calls the soul into greater integrity, deeper truth, and higher awareness. You begin to see that betrayal didn't break you. It woke you. It pulled you out of a dream where love was earned through sacrifice and taught you that real love begins with self-respect. And in this awakening, you reclaim your soul, not in spite of betrayal, but because of it. Have you ever seen betrayal as a mirror instead of a wound? If someone has ever betrayed you, and it taught you something about yourself, share your insight in the comments so others can reflect and heal too. And if you're just beginning to see betrayal through a psychological lens, comment, "I'm ready to understand," so we can grow through this truth together. 2. The shadow self drives betrayal. Carl Jung's concept of the shadow reveals a painful but powerful truth. Betrayal often begins not with hatred, but with hidden wounds that go unacknowledged. The shadow is the part of the psyche where we bury envy, insecurity, shame, and guilt, the feelings we don't want the world, or even ourselves, to see. And when these emotions are suppressed long enough, they don't disappear. They find another way out. Betrayal is one of those ways. It's not always about malicious intent. It's often the shadow lashing out when someone feels threatened by your light, your confidence, or your inner peace. When you start growing, healing, and choosing better, you become a mirror. And that mirror reflects the parts of others they've refused to deal with. Suddenly, your presence becomes a trigger. Your success feels like their failure. Your emotional stability exposes their chaos. And so, they betray you, not because you did anything wrong, but because their shadow couldn't stay hidden any longer in your light. Think about the friend who stops answering your calls the moment you step into your worth, or the partner who sabotages the relationship when you begin to set boundaries. These acts don't always stem from cruelty. They are unconscious defense mechanisms born from the inability to face one's inner wounds. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Many people are driven by emotional patterns they've never examined, and when your evolution makes them feel left behind, they act out. I knew someone who committed to sobriety after years of emotional struggle. His transformation was inspiring, but his closest friend couldn't handle it. Instead of celebrating his growth, the friend began to distance himself, belittle the changes, and eventually cut ties. That betrayal wasn't rooted in hatred, it was rooted in discomfort. His healing journey exposed the friend's refusal to start his own. In a world where emotional repression is the norm, healing can feel threatening to those still clinging to survival habits. Betrayal, in this sense, is not just a personal wound, it's a reflection of collective emotional avoidance. The more you grow, the more you'll notice who hasn't. And sometimes, the price of expansion is realizing who can't walk beside you anymore. The real spiritual wisdom here isn't in avoiding betrayal, but in recognizing what it reveals. The unspoken fears, the hidden envy, the unresolved pain that governs so many relationships. When you understand this, you stop internalizing the betrayal. You stop shrinking. You stop explaining your worth to people who were never committed to understanding you. You begin to see that their behavior wasn't about you. It was about their shadow's reaction to your awakening. And that insight is your liberation. Do you believe your shadow self could be behind past betrayals? Comment with courage. I choose awareness over repression. Let's grow together in truth. 3. Envy is the root emotion behind betrayal. Envy is not loud. It doesn't shout. It whispers. And yet, it's one of the most spiritually corrosive forces a person can encounter, especially when it comes wrapped in the face of love, loyalty, or friendship. While jealousy says, I want what you have, envy says, I hate that you have it. And that silent hatred is often the real emotion behind betrayal. Carl Jung's shadow theory explains that what is repressed in the unconscious, the fears, insecurities, and wounds people refuse to face, does not disappear. Instead, it festers in the dark and eventually erupts, often targeting the one who unknowingly triggered it. When someone close to you betrays you, it's rarely about what you did wrong. It's about the spiritual mirror you hold up. Your growth, your light, your peace, your authenticity, these are all reflections of what others have neglected in themselves. And when you become that mirror, you force them to confront the parts of their soul they've disowned. That confrontation breeds resentment, and when the ego cannot tolerate the pain of inadequacy, betrayal becomes a weapon. They might lash out, spread lies, withdraw support, or subtly sabotage you, not because of your flaws, but because of your evolution. Jung warned us, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. So instead of turning inward and healing, they turn on you. And that's the spiritual tragedy of betrayal. It isn't about the truth, it's about the wound. It's about someone projecting their inner conflict onto the safest, closest target. But betrayal is not just a wound, it's a revelation. It shows you who cannot celebrate your joy, who cannot handle your growth, who only loved you when you were small, struggling, or dim enough not to trigger their shadows. Your spiritual light will always be too much for someone who's committed to their darkness. And that is not your fault. The more authentic you become, the more you will trigger those who are hiding from themselves. The pain of betrayal is brutal, but it carries within it the sacred gift of clarity. It teaches you that not everyone who walks with you is capable of growing with you. It teaches you that spiritual alignment is more important than blind loyalty. It teaches you that some relationships are assignments meant to awaken something powerful within you. So when you feel the sting of betrayal, look deeper. Ask yourself, what shadow was revealed? What truth was made visible? And what lesson your soul was ready to learn? As Jung said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And betrayal, as painful as it is has a way of doing exactly that. It exposes the spiritual illusions we clung to and forces us to see with awakened eyes. 4. Betrayal is a projection of the betrayer's inner war. Betrayal is rarely just an action. It's a revelation of the betrayer's inner war, a projection of the conflict they cannot face within their own soul. According to Carl Jung, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. And that's exactly what betrayal often is: not an act of malice, but a desperate escape from self-confrontation. When someone betrays you, it is not always because you've wronged them. It is often because your light illuminates the parts of themselves they're terrified to see. You trigger the shadow they've suppressed, and instead of meeting it with honesty and courage, they project it onto you, turning you into the villain of a story that was never yours to begin with. They may not even understand why they're doing it. They simply feel threatened, exposed, or inferior in your presence. So betrayal becomes a twisted defense mechanism, a way for them to regain control by wounding the very person who unknowingly challenged their illusion of self. This is the spiritual paradox. You, who perhaps offered love, loyalty, or truth, become the enemy in their unconscious narrative. And yet, none of this has anything to do with your worth. The betrayal is not a reflection of your soul, but of theirs. In truth, they are not rejecting you. They are rejecting the mirror you held up, the one that dared to reflect their insecurity, envy, or unhealed pain. That's why betrayal feels so personal and confusing, because it comes from someone close, and because it often defies logic. But when you understand shadow theory, you begin to see the deeper structure. Their act of betrayal was not born from your failure. It was a confession of their internal collapse. The more radiant your soul, the more uncomfortable it makes their fragmented self feel. In that discomfort, they chose to silence your truth rather than face their own. And in doing so, they tried to transfer their burden onto you, hoping you'd carry the shame they were too fragile to bear. But here's the spiritual truth. Your soul was never meant to carry someone else's shadow. Betrayal only binds you if you let it redefine who you are. The healing begins when you see it for what it is, a projection, not a prophecy. Their betrayal does not mean you were unworthy of loyalty. It means they were unready for the kind of light that demands inner alignment. Carl Jung taught us that integration is the path to wholeness, but not everyone chooses that path. And when they don't, they'll try to make you feel like you're the one who's broken, but you're not. You were the soul that called their shadow forward, and they ran. So don't chase after someone who made a choice to escape themselves. Reclaim your power, not by seeking closure from them, but by closing the door to illusions. This betrayal is not your ending, it's your awakening. The soul doesn't grow through comfort, it grows through truth. And the truth is, what they couldn't honor in you was the very thing you must now protect with everything you have, your light. Don't forget to subscribe for more insights on how betrayal reveals more about their inner wounds than your worth, and how spiritual wisdom can help you rise above it. 5. Self-sabotage is often mistaken for betrayal. Sometimes betrayal isn't what it seems. It's not cruelty aimed at you, but a quiet war someone is fighting within themselves. According to Carl Jung's shadow theory, people often sabotage their own happiness, when the parts of themselves they've buried, their insecurities, their shame, and their childhood wounds become too heavy to hide. You might offer them love, support, even peace. But if their unconscious mind tells them they're unworthy of receiving it, they'll find a way to destroy it. Not because you were wrong for loving them, but because deep down, they don't believe they deserve to be loved. Betrayal, then, becomes a form of self-protection and an escape route from the unfamiliar territory of real intimacy. The more whole and genuine your energy is, the more it threatens their shadow, because you represent something they haven't yet integrated within themselves. That's why someone can disappear right after a beautiful moment, or turn cold after you open your heart. What looks like rejection is often a defense mechanism triggered by fear of vulnerability. You see, when someone hasn't made peace with their shadow, they push away anyone who mirrors back their light. Carl Jung said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." This is what betrayal often is: an avoidance, not of you, but of the part of themselves your presence forces them to confront. In today's world, where emotional avoidance is masked as independence and detachment is glamorized, this kind of self-sabotaging betrayal shows up everywhere: ghosting, commitment phobia, or even sudden outbursts that sever connection without warning. A man who's never been seen by his parents might panic the moment you really see him. A woman who was abandoned emotionally may push away love before it has a chance to grow roots. In both cases, their actions are driven by unresolved inner pain, not your failure. And while this doesn't make betrayal hurt any less, it helps you stop blaming yourself. When you understand Carl Jung's insight into the unconscious, you begin to see patterns of how people run from love, not because it's wrong, but because it's overwhelming. And the deeper message here is simple. Someone's inability to receive your light is never proof that you were too much. It only shows they weren't yet ready. So the next time betrayal finds its way into your story, take a breath, step back, and ask, what part of their shadow did my love awaken? That question won't change the past, but it might free your heart from carrying a burden that was never yours to begin with. The lesson is clear: self-sabotage dressed as betrayal is not about your worth. It's about their unhealed soul. And your job is not to rescue them from it, but to recognize the pattern, honor your own energy, and keep showing up for the kind of love that doesn't run when things get real. 6. Repeated betrayal. Signals, unconscious patterns in you. If betrayal keeps showing up in your life, it's not a coincidence. It's a spiritual message, a mirror held up by the universe to reveal what you've been unwilling or unable to see within yourself. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, believed that what we don't consciously face within us gets projected outward and disguised as fate. So when betrayal repeats, when people keep disappointing you, abandoning you, lying to you, or taking advantage of your kindness, it's not always about them. It may be a reflection of a wound in your unconscious that's been silently running the show, a pattern deeply rooted in your emotional history that draws you toward familiar pain under the illusion of love. You might have learned, perhaps very early on, that love had to be earned, that your needs didn't matter unless you sacrificed yourself, or that being chosen required being silent. These messages don't disappear as we grow older. They hide in our shadow, the unconscious part of us that Jung described as the dark side of the personality. Not evil, but unknown. And when we don't know these parts of ourselves, we unconsciously seek out the same emotional patterns we were raised in. That's why some people find themselves repeatedly drawn to those who are broken, emotionally unavailable, or chaotic. It's not that they want to suffer, it's that suffering feels familiar. They ignore red flags, silence their intuition, and stay far too long in situations that drain them because some part of them believes that love must hurt to be real. Jung famously said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This truth is at the core of spiritual healing. Each betrayal may be painful, but it's also a revelation, a moment where the soul is trying to get your attention. Where have you abandoned your boundaries to keep someone around? Where have you confused being needed with being loved? Where have you betrayed your own truth in exchange for approval, comfort, or connection? These are not easy questions to answer, but they are the keys to transformation. Because once you begin to answer them with honesty and compassion, the patterns begin to shift. Spiritual growth doesn't mean closing your heart forever to avoid being hurt again. It means opening your eyes and seeing clearly. It means knowing your worth so deeply that you no longer entertain people who chip away at your self-respect. It means setting boundaries not to punish others, but to protect your peace. It means recognizing that betrayal isn't a punishment, it's a redirection, a painful but necessary callback to your own soul. The more conscious you become of these hidden dynamics, the less power they hold over you. You begin to spot betrayal before it unfolds. You no longer ignore the inner whispers that say, "This doesn't feel right." You trust yourself. So if betrayal has been a recurring theme in your life, ask yourself, where am I still tolerating emotional starvation because I fear being alone? Where am I still allowing brokenness to feel like home? The truth is, you were never meant to shrink yourself to fit someone else's comfort. You were never meant to prove your worth by how much pain you could endure. You were meant to grow, to evolve, to protect your sacred energy, and to surround yourself with people who honor your soul, not drain it. This is not just psychological work. It is spiritual work. And the moment you stop betraying yourself is the moment you stop inviting betrayal from others. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss insights that help you heal and grow. If you're ready to break the cycle and choose better for yourself, comment below. I am aware of my patterns, and I choose healing. 7. Healing betrayal requires shadow work and reclaiming the self. Betrayal doesn't simply bruise the heart, it tears through the soul, collapsing illusions of safety, love, and loyalty in an instant. What makes betrayal so devastating isn't just the act itself, but the emotional chaos it awakens within. The self-doubt, the inner conflict, the haunting questions about your worth. Carl Jung's shadow theory teaches us that healing from betrayal doesn't begin with pretending you're fine or quickly forgiving someone who hasn't changed. It begins with the uncomfortable sacred task of turning inward. Because in the echo of betrayal, your soul isn't just grieving what was lost, it's also trying to show you what's been suppressed for far too long. Shadow work means meeting the parts of yourself you've denied, ignored, or disown the anger you were taught to suppress, the pain you minimized to keep peace, the needs you silenced to stay loved. And it's only when you stop running from these inner truths that real healing can begin. Jung's concept of individuation, the process of becoming whole, is not a journey of perfection, but of integration. It's about weaving every fragment of your being, including the ones you once saw as flaws or weaknesses, into a unified and conscious self. After betrayal, this means no longer outsourcing your value to the person who broke your trust. It means reclaiming your emotional truth, even when others dismiss it. It means listening to your body's reaction, your intuition's warnings, and your soul's quiet wisdom that always knew something was off. So many people try to bypass the pain by staying busy, getting even, or clinging to spiritual bypassing like premature forgiveness. But Jung reminds us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. That pain must be felt, understood, and honored, not numbed. To truly heal, you must rewrite the story you've been telling yourself. Betrayal often leaves people believing they weren't enough, or that they should have seen it coming. But the truth is, your soul wasn't betrayed because it was weak. It was betrayed because it was open, trusting, and deeply human. There is no shame in that. The shame belongs to those who took your vulnerability and exploited it. Healing means stepping out of the role of the victim and stepping into the role of the witness, the one who sees everything clearly, not with bitterness, but with wisdom. This doesn't mean excusing what happened. It means no longer carrying the weight of someone else's dysfunction as your own burden. It means recognizing that your boundaries weren't the problem your tolerance for betrayal was. As you do the work of integrating your shadow, you begin to see that the pain was never trying to destroy you. It was trying to wake you up. Wake you up to the parts of yourself you abandoned. Wake you up to the patterns you've outgrown. Wake you up to your soul's call to evolve. In that awareness, you reclaim power. You stop waiting for closure from someone who can't even face their own reflection. You begin to close the loop yourself through presence, self-compassion, and spiritual sovereignty. The soul doesn't heal through denial, it heals through radical self-honesty. And the more you lean into that truth, the more you realize that what was broken wasn't your spirit. It was the illusion of who you needed to be to stay loved. This is the alchemy of betrayal. It breaks what was false, so your soul can reveal what is real. Through the ashes of disillusionment, you find clarity. Through the silence of abandonment, you find your voice. Through the pain of loss, you find your wholeness. Shadow work is not easy, but it is sacred. Because in the darkness, you don't just find your wounds, you find your light. You find the pieces of your soul that were buried beneath years of people-pleasing, self-betrayal, and spiritual amnesia. And when you gather those pieces, honor them, and carry them forward, you don't just heal. You become whole. 8. The awakening. From betrayal to sovereignty. Betrayal, though often seen as a devastating end, is in truth a spiritual beginning, an uninvited but necessary awakening of the soul. It arrives like a storm, unexpected and unforgiving, tearing apart the illusions we've built around love, loyalty, and safety. But as Carl Jung wisely said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And there is perhaps no greater force than betrayal to bring the unconscious to the surface, to force you to see clearly what your heart tried so hard to ignore. It exposes every hidden wound, every pattern of self-abandonment, every moment you silenced your voice just to be chosen. Betrayal doesn't just break your trust in others, it breaks your illusions. And if you allow it, it breaks open the door to your deepest power. There was once a woman who loved fiercely, who gave endlessly, who believed that her ability to endure pain was proof of her love. She stayed loyal to someone who repeatedly disrespected her, rationalizing every red flag, shrinking herself to keep the peace. When the betrayal finally came, when the truth of another life, another lover, came crashing into her world, she was devastated. But in the ruins of that heartbreak, she found something unexpected: clarity. She began to trace her pain not to the betrayal itself, but to the countless ways she had betrayed herself first. She realized that the greatest heartbreak wasn't that someone lied to her. It was that she had silenced her intuition every time it whispered, "This isn't love." From that moment forward, she made a sacred promise to herself. Never again would she abandon her soul for the sake of someone else's comfort. This is the path Carl Jung described as individuation, the lifelong journey of becoming whole by facing the truth, integrating the shadow, and reclaiming the self. Betrayal is the fire that burns away the false self, the people pleaser, the perfectionist, the one who performs for love. It leaves you raw, exposed, and emptied of illusions. And yet, in that space of emptiness, you begin to rebuild not from old wounds or external validation, but from a place of sacred self-knowing. You learn to choose discernment over desperation, boundaries over blind loyalty, self-respect over seeking approval. You no longer attract what harms you, because you no longer abandon yourself. You no longer beg to be seen, because you have finally witnessed your own worth. Spiritual growth doesn't come wrapped in peace and perfection. It comes through rupture, through the moments that demand you look at yourself honestly. Betrayal becomes the great mirror, reflecting not only what others have done, but also where you lost yourself trying to be loved. It teaches you that healing isn't about becoming invulnerable. It's about becoming conscious. It's about waking up to your patterns, forgiving your past, and choosing yourself without guilt. That is the soul's return to sovereignty the moment you realize you are no longer here to beg for crumbs, to explain your value, or to carry pain that was never yours. You are here to rise, not because you avoided betrayal, but because you walk through it with open eyes and an unshakable commitment to your truth. Betrayal didn't ruin you. It revealed you. And in that revelation, in that painful yet powerful awakening, you reclaim the one thing no one can ever take from you again: your soul's authority. Let this be your sacred turning point, not the moment you fell apart, but the moment you rose, fully sovereign, fully whole. That is the hidden gift inside betrayal. And that, as Carl Jung would say, is the moment your fate becomes your choice. If this message has stirred something deep within you, leave a comment of faith. I rise from betrayal into sovereignty. I choose self-respect and divine alignment. And if this truth resonates with your journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay connected to more content that awakens your power and honors your transformation. And so, as we come to the end of this journey, into the dark truth about betrayal through the lens of Carl Jung's shadow theory. Remember, this betrayal isn't just about what others do to us. It's a mirror reflecting the unconscious parts of ourselves we've yet to face. Growth begins the moment we stop running from the shadow and start learning from it. If this video sparked a deeper understanding within you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss a powerful insight in our upcoming videos. What part of the shadow do you think you're being called to explore right now? Drop your thoughts in the comments. We'd love to hear from you. Nine unmistakable signs you are an intuitive introvert. INFJ and INTJ. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart." In today's fast-paced, noisy world, being an intuitive introvert is not a weakness. It's a rare and powerful gift. You see patterns others miss, feel truths others can't articulate, and navigate life guided by an inner compass that rarely fails you. But do you truly understand the depth of your own mind and soul? In this video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 9 unmistakable signs that you're an INFJ or INTJ so you can embrace who you are and live with greater clarity, purpose, and happiness. As you watch, I'd love to hear from you in the comments. Which sign resonates with you the most? 1. Social caution and misunderstanding. Carl Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people." And this insight could not be more relevant when we talk about the social caution of the intuitive introvert. If you are an INFJ or INTJ, you already know that the way your mind works is unlike most people's. You see patterns others miss. You sense emotional undercurrents that are invisible to the average eye. And you have flashes of deep understanding that arrive almost like a quiet form of manifestation, as if your inner world is constantly pulling hidden truths into view. But here's the challenge. When you try to share these insights, you quickly realize they are not easy to explain in a way that others will understand. It's not because you lack the words, it's because your perceptions come from a deep inner landscape that many people have never even visited. And so, you learn early on that when you speak these truths, people may misinterpret them, dismiss them, or even label you as strange. This is why many intuitive introverts become guarded, choosing to keep their most profound realizations locked away, not out of arrogance, but as a form of self-protection. Over time, this caution can turn into silence, and silence into isolation, as you begin to feel like there are very few people who can truly meet you on the level where your mind and spirit naturally live. Yet Carl Jung warned that when we hide too much of ourselves, we risk starving our own soul, because human connection thrives on authenticity. The irony is that your gift, your rare ability to see life's hidden connections, can become the very thing that distances you from others. You might walk into a room, instantly sense the unspoken tensions between people, and know exactly who is pretending, who is hurting, and who is hiding something. This ability can make you valuable in understanding human nature, but it can also make you weary of casual conversation, because small talk feels like walking in shallow water when you are meant to swim in the depths. And so, you protect your inner ocean. But let me ask you, how much of this caution is necessary, and how much of it is fear in disguise? The truth is, your insights are not meant to stay buried. Manifestation is not just about attracting external success. It's also about bringing the inner treasures of your mind and spirit into the world where they can inspire, guide, and awaken others. Yes, some people will misunderstand you, but others will recognize you instantly, not for the words you speak, but for the energy you carry. As Jung put it, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And part of becoming who you truly are is finding the courage to share your vision, even when you know not everyone will understand it. So, the next time you catch yourself holding back, ask yourself, what am I really protecting? My peace or my fear? Because the moment you learn to walk the delicate line between discernment and openness, your intuitive nature stops being a source of loneliness and becomes a force for transformation, not just in your life, but in the lives of those you touch. And maybe, just maybe, the world has been waiting for the very truth you've been afraid to speak. Have you ever experienced moments where your need for social caution was misunderstood by others? If so, share your story in the comments so we can learn from each other's journeys. If not, comment, I will observe, to begin embracing your intuitive side with greater awareness. 2. Definition of an intuitive introvert. Have you ever wondered why some men seem to navigate life guided by an inner compass that others can't quite see? Carl Jung, one of the most influential thinkers in psychology, described a rare personality type that thrives on deep inner knowing, a type he called the intuitive introvert. This man doesn't move through life chasing constant external validation or applause. Instead, his strength lies in a profound inner vision, an ability to process life primarily through inward-focused intuition. It's not about being shy or withdrawn. Rather, it's about finding energy and clarity by turning inward, where the real treasures of the mind and spirit lie. In spirituality, and especially during a spiritual awakening, this quality becomes even more significant because it means that your sense of direction is not dictated by the noise of the world, but by the quiet truth within yourself. Jung believed that for an intuitive introvert, life is not merely about reacting to circumstances. It's about perceiving subtle patterns, hidden motives, and unspoken truths that most people overlook. In modern life, this might mean you're the kind of man who senses when a deal will fail before it happens, or who can walk into a meeting and instantly feel the emotional temperature of the room without anyone saying a word. You don't need the spotlight to validate your worth. You understand that the most important work often happens behind the scenes, in silence and contemplation, where ideas are born and refined. This doesn't mean you reject the outer world, but rather that you know your inner world is the lens through which all meaning is filtered. In a time when society pressures men to be constantly on, always chasing the next win, This ability to step back and trust your inner compass is not just rare, it's powerful. It allows you to remain grounded in your values and resilient in the face of uncertainty, because your foundation is internal, not dependent on fleeting external approval. Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." That awakening, the moment when you realize your deepest guidance comes from within, is what sets the intuitive introvert apart. So the real question is, are you honoring this gift? Are you giving yourself the space to listen to your own thoughts without the constant interference of the outside world? In a culture obsessed with instant results and public recognition, the man who embraces his intuitive introversion becomes a quiet force of influence, capable of making decisions with a clarity that others struggle to understand. That is why your inner life, your reflections, your insights, your visions are not something to hide or dismiss. They are your greatest asset in both your personal and professional life. By embracing it, you not only strengthen your own path, but you inspire others to reconnect with their inner wisdom. And in a world that is losing its quietness, perhaps your presence, grounded in deep awareness and self-awareness, is exactly the kind of leadership we need. Comment below. I believe in myself. 3. Unique perception and insight. Sign 2. Unique perception and insight lives right at the core of who you are. And if you're an intuitive introvert like many INFJs and INTJs, you already feel it working quietly beneath the surface. As Jung might put it, they have a rich inner world filled with symbols, metaphors, and abstract ideas, allowing them to perceive hidden truths, potential outcomes, and deeper meanings that others often overlook. If that sentence makes you nod, it's because you often sense patterns. Others miss you. Read the room. Notice the gap between what's said and what's meant. And your mind links events like constellations in a night sky. You don't just see what is, you also sense what could be. And this isn't mystical fluff, so much as refined attention that tracks subtle cues, body language, and the emotional energy that people broadcast even when they think they're being neutral. Picture a moment from everyday life. You're at work, and a meeting is humming along, but you notice your best colleague's eyes drop each time a deadline is mentioned. Nobody else reacts, but you feel the temperature shift tension, a little fear, a story beneath the story. And later, when you check in privately, they admit they've been caring for a sick parent and drowning in quiet panic. Because your inner world speaks in symbols and threads, you connected deadline to lifeline, silence to strain. And your gentle question became relief for someone who didn't know how to ask for help. This is how your insight shows up. Not as loud predictions, but as calm, grounded foresight that steers conversations to truth and choices toward wisdom, which is also why people often say, "You just know things." What they miss is that your intuition isn't random. It's layered observation filtered through years of pattern recognition and meaning making. Here's the challenge though. Because these perceptions arrive as images, metaphors, or gut pulls, it can feel hard to explain them without sounding abstract, and you may worry that if you speak too soon, you'll be misunderstood. So you hold it, refine it, and when you finally share, it lands like clarity. This is the quiet leadership of the intuitive introvert. There's also a powerful tie-in with the law of attraction that many overlook. the meanings you assign, and the images you return to shape your emotional state. And that state shapes your behavior, and your behavior shapes results. When your inner symbols are aligned with compassion, purpose, and steady belief, you radiate coherent energy that draws supportive people, timely opportunities, and clearer next steps. Not because the universe is a vending machine, but because you're more attuned to paths that match your values, and you take better, braver actions when your inner world is ordered. Think about your relationships. How often have you sensed the potential outcome of a conversation and chosen a softer word or a clearer boundary, preventing a fight or protecting your peace? Or consider career moves. How many times have you felt a quiet no before the data caught up and later realized your hunch saved months of regret? Your gift is pattern depth, seeing the seed inside the moment, the story inside the fact, the future curled up inside the present. And when you honor that gift, you live with less noise and more direction. So here's a question for you. What recurring image, phrase, or nudge has been visiting your mind lately? And if you treated it as meaningful instead of random, what small action would you take this week to test it? Let your insight become real. Take note of the symbols you notice. Ask a sincere question in your next meeting. Pause before responding and listen to the layers of meaning behind the words. Make a decision by connecting your values to your intuition, and then observe how your mood, actions, and results begin to align. The lesson is simple and profound. Your awareness is not a burden. It is a compass. Protect your solitude so it stays sharp. Translate your inner language into simple words that others can understand. Use your foresight to serve rather than control. And connect your inner image to the life you desire so your energy stays clear and your law of attraction stays steady. When you do that, your quiet intuition becomes a daily superpower. Clear, kind, and incredibly effective. Comment below. I trust my intuition. 4. Symbolic and future-oriented thinking. Have you ever wondered why certain people seem to navigate life not just by what's in front of them, but by an invisible map that only they can see? Carl Jung observed that intuitive introverts, especially the rare INFJ and INTJ types, are wired for what he called symbolic and future-oriented thinking. This means they don't just experience life as a string of random events. They read between the lines, seeing every moment as part of a larger story, almost like a series of coded messages meant for their personal growth. To them, a coincidence isn't just coincidence, it's synchronicity, a sign that life is guiding them toward a deeper purpose. While others may focus on immediate problems or practical details, they naturally lean toward big ideas, visionary concepts, and possibilities that extend far beyond the present moment. It's as if they're living with one foot in reality and the other in a future only they can envision. In the realm of spirituality, this is one of the first signs of a spiritual awakening, when the mundane starts to carry a sacred meaning, and everyday life transforms into a rich tapestry of symbols and lessons. The gift of this symbolic vision is that it allows them to connect dots others don't even see. A conversation with a stranger might spark an idea that changes the direction of their career 10 years down the line. A setback today might not feel like failure, but rather a necessary step in the unfolding of a much greater plan. They can see patterns in human behavior, societal changes, and even personal relationships that others overlook. because they are tuned into the hidden architecture of life. This isn't fortune-telling. It's a form of intuitive foresight rooted in the subconscious mind, where the wisdom of countless life experiences and ancestral patterns quietly works behind the scenes. As Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. These individuals live by that truth, seeking to uncover what is hidden and to bring it into the light of awareness. In modern life, this way of thinking can be both a blessing and a challenge. On one hand, it gives them the ability to anticipate trends, inspire others, and make decisions based on long-term vision rather than short-term gain. On the other hand, it can make them feel misunderstood, especially in a fast-paced, results-driven world that values efficiency over depth. Many intuitive introverts have learned to keep their insights to themselves, knowing that not everyone will understand their symbolic way of seeing the world. But here's the advice: don't shrink this gift to fit in. Instead, find ways to use it, whether that's in your business strategy, your personal relationships, or your inner spiritual journey. Treat every event in your life as both literal and symbolic. Ask yourself, what is this here to teach me? That question alone can turn a frustrating challenge into a profound lesson that shapes the next decade of your life. If you find yourself constantly thinking about what might happen rather than what is, if you instinctively look for hidden meanings behind events, and if your mind is drawn to visionary possibilities rather than routine tasks, then you may be living proof of Jung's insight. And that's not just a personality trait. It's a sign that your soul is connected to both strategy and spiritual awakening. The world may be busy chasing the next quick win, but you have the rare ability to see through the noise, to see the patterns that shape destiny itself. So will you continue to walk blindly through life? Or will you choose to step into your role as a symbolic thinker, a seer, who can connect today's reality with tomorrow's possibilities? Comment below. I choose to walk the path of spiritual awakening. 5. Difficulty with practical reality. Let's talk about something that Carl Jung would say is almost written into the DNA of an intuitive introvert: the difficulty with practical reality. If you're someone who identifies as INFJ or INTJ, you probably know this feeling all too well. You can manage repetitive tasks, strict schedules, and everyday routines when you absolutely must, but they feel like they drain the very life out of you. Your mind is wired not for the endless ticking off of checklists, but for swimming deep in the ocean of ideas, imagination, and possibility. Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." For you, looking inside is not a chore. It's your natural state, and the outer world's rigid demands can feel like a cage for your creativity. You might find yourself daydreaming in the middle of a meeting, brainstorming new possibilities instead of following the same old procedure, or losing track of time while exploring a thought that excites you. The irony is that this tendency, while often labeled as impractical, can actually be your greatest gift when used consciously. After all, manifestation begins in the mind, not in a spreadsheet. The real danger is when you let these practical struggles make you believe that you're somehow inadequate or too different to succeed in a structured world. In truth, Your unique wiring allows you to see connections, patterns, and opportunities that others might miss completely. The question is, how do you bridge the gap between your inner vision and the outer world's demands without losing your soul in the process? You see, practical reality will always exist, but so will your spiritual nature and your hunger for meaning. The trick is learning how to treat structure not as a prison, but as a framework for your genius to operate within. Think of it as building a container strong enough to hold water without stifling its flow. If you can set up systems that handle the repetitive details for you, whether through technology, delegation, or even turning them into mindful rituals, you free your energy for the visionary work you were born to do. This is where Carl Jung's wisdom meets modern life. The awareness that your inner world is the source of your power, but it must be translated into action to shape reality. It's not about becoming a perfectly practical person. It's about aligning your practicality with your purpose so that your manifestations have a solid foundation to stand on. So, let me ask you, how often do you find yourself resisting reality? And how could you instead reshape it to serve your vision? The more you learn to harmonize your spiritual awakening with life's practical demands, the more unstoppable you become. And maybe, just maybe, those so-called impractical daydreams are not a weakness at all. They're the blueprint for the life you're here to build. Did you find this helpful? If yes, please comment yes. If not, please comment no. If not often, please comment sometimes. 6. Communication challenges. Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." If you are an intuitive introvert, such as an INFJ or INTJ, you may already know that your mind doesn't just think, it weaves, layers, and interconnects ideas in ways that feel like an intricate tapestry only you can fully see. This is both a gift and a challenge. Your thoughts are often multidimensional, filled with subtle connections and deep insights. But when it comes to expressing them in conversation, you might feel as if your words are too small to carry the weight of what you mean. It's like trying to fit the ocean into a glass. It never captures the full picture. That's why so many intuitive introverts feel a quiet frustration when others stare back with blank expressions, not because those people are unkind, but because the complexity of your inner world doesn't always translate neatly into spoken language. Carl Jung understood this, and it's why his work in psychology still resonates with anyone who has ever felt unseen or unheard. The problem isn't that you lack intelligence or clarity. It's that your ideas often live at a higher level of abstraction, built from patterns, symbols, and layers of meaning that most people don't even notice. This is where manifestation becomes an interesting concept, not in the trendy, oversimplified sense, but in the deeper Jungian way, where you bring your inner visions into the external world in a form others can touch, see, and understand. In other words, your challenge isn't just about communication. It's about translating the invisible into the visible. When you speak, your mind may already be 10 steps ahead, seeing outcomes, causes, and underlying motives that others have yet to process. That gap can feel isolating, but it also holds power. Because if you can learn to slow down, to meet others where they are, you can turn your complexity into clarity. Think about it. How many misunderstandings in life come not from bad intentions, but from the inability to clearly convey what's in our hearts and minds? What would happen if you treated every conversation like an opportunity for alignment, a small act of manifestation that shapes reality by bridging your inner vision with someone else's understanding? Great communicators throughout history, from leaders to visionaries, mastered this art not by dumbing down their ideas, but by translating them into stories, metaphors, and language that could resonate with the listener's experience. So, the next time you feel that surge of frustration when someone just doesn't get it, remember that your words are not only a reflection of thought, they are a bridge between worlds. Your depth is not a burden. It's a gift, but a gift that comes alive only when it's shared in a way that can be received. As Jung might remind you, true connection happens when the self is expressed authentically, yet in harmony with the other. And here's a question worth sitting with. How might your relationships and your personal growth change if you saw every conversation as a sacred space for transformation, not just for the other person, but for you as well? Let's talk about it in the comments. And if this message speaks to where you are, share it with someone who's walking their own path of awakening. 7. Emotional sensitivity. They say, the quieter you become, the more you can hear. And nowhere is this truer than in the life of an intuitive introvert. One of the most striking signs that you may belong to this rare group is emotional sensitivity, a quiet but profound ability to pick up on the subtle undercurrents of human interaction. Carl Jung often spoke about the layers of the unconscious mind and how those attuned to it could perceive things most people overlook. For intuitive introverts, this is not a learned trick or a party skill. It's a natural way of being. You may walk into a room, exchange only a glance with someone, and yet feel the tension they are hiding, the sadness behind their polite smile, or even the guarded secret they would never put into words. It's not guesswork. It's as if the atmosphere itself whispers its truths to you. This heightened perception is not limited to people's emotions, but extends to the overall energy in a space. You can sense when a conversation is loaded with unspoken meaning, or when the air in a room feels heavy with conflict, even if no one has said a word. While many call it intuition, for you, it feels like a deep-rooted connection to the human spirit, a skill that often deepens as you grow in your journey of spirituality and spiritual awakening. This sensitivity can be a double-edged sword. On one hand, it allows you to form deeper, more authentic connections with others because you understand them on a level beyond their words. On the other hand, it can be exhausting. In the modern world, where everyone wears masks and projects curated versions of themselves, it can be overwhelming to constantly receive emotional data that no one else seems to notice. You might leave social events feeling drained, not because you dislike people, but because you've absorbed too much of their unfiltered emotional energy. For a man navigating life between 30 and 65, where responsibilities, relationships, and careers all carry invisible emotional weight, this gift can feel like both a blessing and a burden. The key lies in learning to manage it, setting boundaries, knowing when to step back, and recognizing that it's not your role to fix every hidden sorrow you detect. In everyday life, this sensitivity can manifest in subtle ways. You might detect tension in a business meeting before anyone raises a concern, allowing you to steer the conversation in a more constructive direction. You might sense that a friend's cheerful text is masking deeper struggles and decide to reach out at just the right time. This kind of awareness makes you a trusted confidant and a stabilizing presence for those around you. But it also calls for self-discipline, because without conscious effort, you can end up carrying emotions that aren't yours. That's why many intuitive introverts naturally gravitate toward practices like meditation, journaling, or spending time in nature spaces where they can release the emotional noise and reconnect with themselves. These practices are not luxuries. They are necessities for maintaining mental clarity and emotional balance. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision becomes clear only when you see through your own heart." For you, emotional sensitivity is not just about seeing others clearly, but also about understanding yourself through the reflections you find in them. This self-awareness is at the core of spiritual awakening, because it forces you to confront your own hidden emotions while exploring the invisible lands of others. And perhaps the most important lesson for you is this: you are not here to bear all the burden of the emotions you feel. You are here to perceive, to respond when it suits your purpose, and to hold the space you need to continue to grow. Comment below. I am constantly growing. 8. Need for solitude. When Carl Jung explored the inner world of personality, he often emphasized the deep need that intuitive introverts, such as INFJs and INTJs, have for solitude, not as an escape from life, but as a sacred space for restoration, reflection, and alignment with their inner truth. For you, social interactions can be like drawing from a limited energy well. Each conversation, while potentially meaningful, still consumes a piece of your mental and emotional reserves. After extended time in the company of others, you may feel as if your thoughts are scattered, your inner balance slightly off-center, and your ability to focus on your deeper calling temporarily dulled. This is why alone time isn't merely a preference for you. It's a form of spiritual maintenance. In those quiet hours, away from the noise of expectations and the subtle pressure to adapt to social norms, you can return to yourself, process experiences, and hear the faint but powerful voice of your own intuition. As the philosopher Blaise Pascal once said, all of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. For an intuitive introvert, this is not just wisdom, it's survival. You know that manifestation of your best self cannot occur when your mind is cluttered with external chatter. Instead, it unfolds in the stillness, where your visions, insights, and creativity have space to breathe. Think about the times when, after a day of constant interaction, you finally shut the door, sat down with a journal, or simply allowed your thoughts to wander. Didn't you feel your mind untangle, your emotions find clarity, and your spirit regain its strength? Carl Jung believed that such moments are not a withdrawal from life, but a vital part of it. For in solitude, you integrate the lessons of the outer world into your inner landscape, shaping them into wisdom you can later share with others. And in today's hyper-connected age, where constant notifications and endless social engagements often leave us overstimulated, This need for quiet becomes even more essential. If you deny yourself solitude, you risk losing touch with the very source of your insight and authenticity. Yet if you honor it, you'll find that you return to the world with renewed energy, sharper perception, and a deeper sense of purpose. So, here's the question for you. Are you making enough space in your life to be truly alone? Not lonely, but alone in the empowering sense that allows your spirit to rest and your mind to create? Because in that space lies not only your balance, but also the key to your most profound personal manifestation. As Carl Jung would remind us of your ability to bring forth from the unseen into the seen, from the inner vision into the outer reality. Embrace the gift of solitude and let it renew your soul. Subscribe to our channel to journey with a community that values peace, reflection, and spiritual growth. 9. Life path and purpose. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." This truth speaks directly to the life path and purpose of the intuitive introvert. If you are an INFJ or INTJ, your solitude is not a sign of weakness. It is the very soil in which your most profound ideas grow. You are a man who can sit in stillness, hear the quiet pulse of his own mind, and see visions that others may never even imagine. This inner depth is your greatest asset because it allows you to live a life that is not merely reactive to the world, but guided by a deep inner compass. You have the capacity to be a creator, a visionary, and a pioneer of ideas that could change lives. Yet, Jung also warned that without grounding, even the most brilliant vision can become nothing more than a daydream. In spirituality and in life, inspiration is only the seed it must be planted in the soil of consistent action to grow into something tangible. In your spiritual awakening, you will notice that clarity doesn't come all at once. It unfolds as you take steps in the direction of your calling. Think about the great inventors, artists, and leaders throughout history. Many of them were introverted visionaries like you, deeply connected to their inner world, but they paired that insight with discipline and action. In modern life, it is easy to get lost in the world of ideas, especially when you have a mind that sees patterns, possibilities, and hidden truths that others overlook. You may spend hours contemplating the meaning of life, mapping out business ideas, or envisioning creative projects. But ask yourself, how many of those visions have you turned into reality? This is where the challenge lies for the intuitive introvert, bridging the gap between the inner world and the outer one. Spirituality teaches us that thoughts are powerful, but manifestation requires alignment between thought, feeling, and action. Without action, even the purest vision will wither. In your own life path, it might mean finally starting that project you've been refining in your mind for years, speaking your ideas into the world even when you fear misunderstanding, or taking small, steady steps toward the bigger mission you feel called to fulfill. Jung understood that the danger for people like you is staying in the clouds too long, letting the world remain only in symbols and possibilities. The true mark of your spiritual awakening will be when you learn to stand with one foot in the unseen and one in the seen, when your vision fuels your work and your work shapes the world. The man who learns to do this becomes unstoppable because he is not swayed by trends or noise. He is guided by purpose. As you walk this path, remember that your gift is rare, but it is also a responsibility. Your inner world holds treasures, but the world will only benefit if you bring them into reality. So, what idea, vision, or calling have you been holding back on? And more importantly, what is one step you can take today to make it real? Because the bridge between your inner genius and the world's benefit is not just thought, it is action. And so, while the world may never fully understand the quiet depth of an intuitive introvert, you know the truth of who you are. A rare soul, guided by insight, empathy, and an inner wisdom that sees far beyond the surface. Embrace these signs not as labels, but as a reminder of the unique light you carry in a noisy world. If today's message spoke to you, please like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you won't miss our upcoming videos filled with inspiration, insight, and spiritual growth. 6 signs that you came to close cycles. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung once said, "Have you ever felt an invisible thread pulling you towards certain people, patterns, or pain that doesn't seem to be yours?" That's because some of us didn't just come here to live. We came to close cycles, to heal what others could not, and to end stories written long before us. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 6 powerful signs that reveal whether your soul has chosen this sacred mission of completion and transformation. As you listen, reflect on your own life. Are you here to break generational chains or karmic loops? Let us know in the comments below which signs resonate with your journey. And don't forget to like and subscribe to stay connected on your path of spiritual awakening. 1. Sacred discomfort with the old normal. You start to feel it like a quiet tremor beneath your daily routine, an unease that no longer lets you laugh at the jokes you once did, a sense of misalignment in conversations that used to feel normal. You're not angry. You're not broken. You're simply no longer available for the roles you used to play in silence. Carl Jung believed that transformation begins when the unconscious starts to rise into consciousness, not as an idea, but as a discomfort. And this is what's happening. The old normal doesn't feel safe anymore because your soul has matured beyond survival. You begin to see that emotional silence isn't strength, it's suppression. That sacrifice without truth isn't love, it's spiritual abandonment. And suddenly, every dinner table conversation that avoids the real issues feels like a betrayal of your own being. You're not imagining this shift. You're feeling the psychic weight of generations that taught you to swallow your truth, smile to keep the peace, and stay silent to earn belonging. But now, your soul is whispering something different. It's whispering, "This story ends with you." You're no longer able to stay numb to what your ancestors were forced to endure. You wake up and feel the ache of everything that was never healed. Jung would say, this is the moment the archetype of the wounded healer rises in you. You're being asked not to rebel, but to reconcile. Not to hate the past, but to bring it into the light. And that light begins as a subtle refusal. You stop laughing at the pain masked as humor. You stop apologizing for your sensitivity. And you stop betraying your body just to stay in rooms that make your soul feel small. It's not drama. It's depth. The soul doesn't scream. It withdraws. It doesn't rage, it becomes still. And in that stillness, everything becomes visible. The generational patterns, the unspoken grief, the conditioned roles that taught you love was something you earned by disappearing. You begin to crave intimacy that doesn't cost your peace. You start needing conversations where your nervous system doesn't brace for impact. And the things you used to chase, approval, validation, harmony at any cost, start to feel heavy and false. This is the spiritual sign that the cycle is closing. Your soul didn't incarnate to repeat trauma loops in prettier costumes. It came to unearth the root, to sit with it, to name it, and to no longer be afraid of what truth might cost. Because you've realized the real cost was never speaking it. The real betrayal was betraying yourself. And so you choose to pause before you respond. You breathe deeper when the old wound flares. You say no with love. And each small choice you make in alignment with your soul's truth becomes a sacred act of liberation, not just for you, but for every ancestor watching you do what they couldn't. Your discomfort is holy. It's the sign that your nervous system is detoxing from lifetimes of silence. It's your soul remembering that it didn't come to perform. It came to embody. You are not just healing yourself. You are collapsing timelines. You are freeing stories. And though the path may feel lonely at times, it is deeply guided. Because you are not here to be accepted by the old world. You are here to birth a new one through the power of your presence, through the courage to feel deeply, to speak honestly, and to love without self-erasure. And in that act of sacred discomfort, your soul completes what history left unfinished. 2. Emotional resonance with stories. You never lived. You've probably had moments where a story, a film, or even a few words from someone else stirred something so deep inside you that it felt like grief, but not yours. A sorrow without a source, a memory that doesn't belong to you, yet lives in you, as if passed down through the bloodstream. Carl Jung believed these moments are not coincidences or imagination gone wild. They are soul-level responses to psychic imprints buried in the collective unconscious, especially within our ancestral bloodlines. You didn't have to live the tragedy to carry its echo. Your soul is attuned to the unfinished emotional business of those who came before you. When you feel an ache for injustices you've never endured, when tears rise for stories you've never lived, it's not weakness. It's not a drama. It's not even purely empathy. It's a sacred inheritance, a spiritual appointment to bear witness, to feel what others could not express, and perhaps to begin the healing they never had the space or safety to do. Your sensitivity is not just your own. It's a signal that you've been called to close a cycle. Jung taught that what is not brought to consciousness comes to us as fate, and what many of us interpret as random emotional overwhelm may actually be soul work demanding our attention. Take, for instance, the story of a man who always felt inexplicably terrified of fire. He'd never been burned, never had an accident, and yet every time he passed by a bonfire or lit a match, his chest would tighten and anxiety would spike. It wasn't until he sat down with his grandmother one day that he learned their family home had burned to the ground generations ago, killing 2 small children. It was never spoken of again, but his body remembered. His soul remembered. Carl Jung would say this man had entered a symbolic confrontation with the forgotten he was being asked by life to acknowledge what had been repressed in his bloodline. Because when trauma is not healed, it is passed down, not only in DNA, but in dreams, fears, and sensitivities we can't explain. These psychic hand-me-downs become part of our soul's curriculum, and the emotional resonance we feel is the signal that we are standing at the edge of closure. This is why those who are highly sensitive often feel burdened or broken. But they're not. They are spiritually awake, often chosen to finish emotional stories left incomplete. When you experience this kind of unexplainable sadness or pain, don't push it away. Lean in. Ask what story is trying to be told through you. Maybe it's the grief of a silenced mother, the unwept tears of a father who was taught never to cry, the trauma of an ancestor who lived through war or exile. These echoes are not illusions. They're sacred fragments of the human soul, asking to be held, acknowledged, and released. Jung believed in the power of facing the shadow of those buried aspects of psyche that hold the key to freedom. And when you honor your emotional reactions, even when they seem irrational, you are turning toward the shadow with love, not fear. This is how you begin to alchemize pain into purpose. So the next time you feel an ancient sadness rising up, remember it might not be just yours, but it's yours to transform. You are not just healing for yourself. You are healing backwards and forwards through time. You are the threshold where suffering ends and sacred remembrance begins. This is what it means to close a cycle. Not by force, not by denial, but by honoring the soul's subtle language through emotion, through intuition, through resonance. Carl Jung didn't just map the unconscious, he illuminated the path toward wholeness. And every tear you shed for a story unspoken is a step on that sacred journey. Have you ever felt emotions from stories you never lived, as if they were your own? If so, share your experience in the comments so others can connect. If not, comment, "I will listen," and let's explore this sacred inheritance together. 3. Feeling different or misunderstood. You've always known there was something different about you, not in an arrogant or dramatic way, but in the quiet, subtle knowing that your soul didn't quite move at the same rhythm as those around you. Even in rooms full of warmth, even in the embrace of love, you felt like a distant observer, as if you were tuned into a deeper frequency that no one else could hear. From a young age, you sensed things that others brushed off: a sudden shift in energy, a buried emotion, a truth behind the silence. While the world around you seemed content to follow inherited scripts, something in you refused to play along. You weren't being rebellious for the sake of rebellion. You were awakening to something ancient in your spirit, something that whispered, "This isn't yours to carry. This ends with you." According to Carl Jung, this quiet rebellion against the unconscious pull of the collective is called individuation, the spiritual process of becoming whole by breaking away from inherited identities, social masks, and ancestral patterns. You were not born to conform. You were born to see clearly, to feel deeply, and to heal bravely. When you feel like an outsider, it's not because you're flawed, it's because you're forged for a sacred purpose. Your soul did not come here to fit into a cycle, it came to close it. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." You are the one who stops calling it fate. You are the one who finally sees the invisible strings, the generational beliefs, the unspoken traumas, the inherited guilt, and dares to untangle them. And yet, This role is not glamorous. It is often lonely, exhausting, and misunderstood. But it is also profoundly spiritual, because through your awareness, cycles dissolve. Through your compassion, healing enters bloodlines. Through your truth, patterns collapse and something new is born. You might question why the weight feels heavier on your shoulders than others. Why are you the one who asks hard questions at family gatherings? The one who walks away from traditions that never felt right? The one who cries over pain that isn't technically yours? But the soul recognizes what the mind cannot explain. That some spirits are sent not just to live, but to remember, to unravel, and to restore what was lost generations ago. Your spiritual sensitivity is not an accident. It is the evidence that you were chosen by something greater, something divine, to rewrite the emotional DNA of your family line. What felt like alienation is actually initiation, and what once felt like exile is sacred preparation. So, if you've spent your life feeling different, don't numb it, don't hide it, don't wish it away. That difference is your map. It's how your soul speaks. It's how the universe lets you know. You are not here to repeat. You are here to redeem. You are not broken. You are breaking cycles. You are not lost. You are leading your lineage home. And even if no one claps for you, even if no one understands the spiritual labor of being the first to feel it all, you must continue. Because somewhere in your bones, your ancestors are whispering, "Thank you." 4. Understanding your choices impact generations. You begin to realize that your healing is no longer just a personal journey. It's a spiritual assignment given to your soul, one that reaches across generations like roots spreading through sacred soil. The boundaries you now have the strength to set, the painful truths you finally speak aloud, the heavy ancestral patterns you choose to stop repeating. These are not isolated acts of self-help. They are acts of soul liberation. Carl Jung believed that the unconscious of the individual is inseparable from the collective, and in that realization, your decisions gain cosmic weight. You are not just healing your own trauma. You are rewriting the emotional code of your entire bloodline. Every time you choose love over fear, clarity over confusion, and truth over suppression, you are offering a blessing not only to yourself, but to those who came before and those who will come after. When you stop participating in cycles that have plagued your family for decades, cycles of silence, addiction, betrayal, or emotional abandonment, you become the first link in a new chain. You are not being dramatic or rebellious. You are being divinely responsible. Your soul has decided it's time to interrupt the rhythm of dysfunction with the heartbeat of consciousness. This isn't about blame. It's about recognition, about understanding that the same patterns that hurt you once also shaped your parents and grandparents. You choose to no longer be a silent participant in inherited suffering. You choose to become the sacred disruptor. And through that disruption, something miraculous happens. Healing becomes collective. Like a ripple in water, your healing creates a frequency shift that reaches relatives you've never met and descendants you'll never see. To live authentically in the face of centuries of suppression is a holy rebellion. You start to see your daily decisions as rituals, your voice as sacred, and your emotional clarity as a beacon for others still trapped in the fog. When you say no, you're not rejecting love. You're demanding a higher form of it. When you walk away, You're not abandoning your past. You're honoring your future. The courage it takes to do this cannot be overstated. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." But you are no longer living on autopilot. You are turning fate into choice, pain into wisdom, shame into strength. And as your soul awakens, so does your responsibility to live with intention, with compassion, and with spiritual integrity. In this process, even your stillness becomes powerful. The moments when you pause to breathe instead of react, when you sit with discomfort instead of numbing it, these are sacred moments of soul alchemy. You begin to sense that the universe is not just watching, it is co-creating with you. Your inner transformation becomes a map for others, even if they never thank you or understand you. That doesn't matter. The soul does not work for applause. It works for alignment. You become a living prayer. And while the world may never fully know what you've overcome, your energy will speak louder than words ever could. Your ancestors feel it. The future feels it. And most importantly, your soul feels it. Subscribe to our channel and join a community committed to conscious living and generational healing. Here, we share wisdom that empowers you to break cycles, live authentically, and create ripples of transformation across time. Remember, your healing is a gift not just to yourself, but to every soul connected to you. 5. The urge to cleanse emotionally and spiritually. When Carl Jung spoke of the individuation process, he wasn't referring to something abstract or intellectual. It was, at its core, a spiritual cleansing of the soul. One of the deepest signs that you're closing a karmic or emotional cycle is this overwhelming urge to let go, not just of the physical clutter in your environment, but of the internal baggage that has quietly shaped your identity. Suddenly, objects around you seem to hum with old energies. The photo albums, the keepsakes, the clothing tucked away in the back of your closet, each item whispers a memory, a role you once played, a chapter you've outgrown. But the deeper cleansing begins when you realize that it's not just your closet that needs organizing. It's your beliefs, your emotional contracts, your inherited patterns that no longer reflect who you've become. You begin asking, does this still align with the person I'm becoming? And that question, though simple, initiates a profound spiritual rebirth. You're not decluttering out of frustration or boredom. You're not purging to impress or to perfect. You're cleansing to free your soul from narratives that were never truly yours. You may find yourself releasing friendships that once made you feel seen, but now feel constricting. You may stop entertaining conversations that drain your energy, or pull away from family dynamics that keep you entangled in guilt, shame, or obligation. You're no longer available for roles that were assigned to you before you had the wisdom to choose for yourself. You realize that honoring your ancestors doesn't mean repeating their mistakes. It means healing what they couldn't and choosing a new way forward with clarity, compassion, and consciousness. Carl Jung once wrote, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." And this choosing the conscious release of emotional debris isn't an act of rebellion. It's an act of sacred reverence. You are honoring your past by refusing to be imprisoned by it. You are finally strong enough to let it go, not because it meant nothing, but because you've learned everything you were meant to learn from it. I once heard a story about a man who, after decades of chasing approval and clinging to his image of success, suddenly gave away nearly everything he owned. He wasn't running away. He wasn't trying to escape responsibility. He was answering a deeper call within a quiet voice that whispered, "It's time to come home to yourself." With every item he released, he felt lighter, clearer, more whole. It wasn't about the things, it was about reclaiming the energy they held and returning it to the soul. And that is the essence of what Carl Jung understood so well. True transformation is never about acquiring more. It's about removing what is false so what is real can emerge. As you continue this spiritual journey, you will notice that the more space you create internally and externally, the more clarity begins to flow into your life. Opportunities align. Relationships deepen or dissolve with grace. Silence becomes nourishing instead of frightening. You begin to feel your soul speaking not through noise, but through peace. And it is in this stillness that you finally recognize the difference between what you were conditioned to carry and what your soul came here to carry. So trust the cleansing. Trust the urge to let go. Trust the sacred discomfort of releasing what once felt necessary. Because when you do, you're not just closing a cycle, you're stepping into the most authentic, unburdened, radiant version of yourself that your soul always knew was waiting. 6. Keeping your heart open after pain. Despite the betrayal that cracked the foundation of your trust, the rejection that pierced through your confidence, and the abandonment that echoed in the silent corners of your soul, you have chosen the path that few dare to walk, and you kept your heart open. This isn't weakness. It's spiritual power in its most radiant, defiant form. You didn't shut down. You didn't turn cold. You didn't let the pain calcify your soul. Instead, you stood in the fire and allowed it to melt away everything false. Carl Jung said, "What is not transformed is repeated." And in your decision to remain soft, to feel deeply, and to continue loving in the face of heartbreak, you became the alchemist of your bloodline. You are breaking patterns not by screaming into the void, but by refusing to replicate the silence, the emotional withdrawal, and the bitterness that shaped so many before you. You tremble, but you don't retreat. You cry, but you don't shut down. You feel everything, and through that sacred willingness, you restore something ancient and forgotten in your lineage, the right to be whole. The world teaches us to armor up. It says, don't feel too much, don't love too hard, don't let them see you break. But spiritual truth whispers something far more courageous. Stay open, stay tender, stay human. And you listened. You allowed yourself to feel the sting of truth and still chose not to let it define your future. That's not just healing. That's rewriting the very language of your soul. Where others turned to stone, you turned to breath. Where others chose silence, you chose presence. Where others gave up on love, you decided that genuine, soul-deep, self-honoring love is still worth believing in. And this decision didn't come from some dreamy optimism. It came from spiritual maturity. Because only someone who has touched the depth of their pain can choose compassion over revenge, softness over cynicism, and wisdom over reaction. And it's in this space, this sacred tension between heartbreak and hope, where your true transformation begins. You are not just healing yourself. You are healing every woman who was told she had to toughen up to be respected. Every man who was taught that emotion was weakness. every child who swallowed their truth to keep the peace. You carry their stories in your nervous system, and with every breath you take in self-respect, in forgiveness, in emotional presence, you give those stories a different ending. This is spiritual courage, the kind that doesn't announce itself, but changes everything. You don't need to shout to be heard by the universe. It sees the quiet revolutions. It sees the nights you chose prayer over panic. It sees the days you felt hollow, but still chose to show up with grace. That's what makes you a cycle breaker. That's what makes you powerful. In a world addicted to speed, to distractions, to pretending your ability to pause, to feel, and to stay present is a revolution. So no, you're not broken. You're not too sensitive. You're not naive. You are spiritually awake. You are the soul that came not to repeat the story, but to complete it. And the completion happens not in noise, not in vengeance, not in resistance, but in the silent, holy act of choosing to stay open even when it hurts. That is how the cycle ends. That is how the soul remembers its power. That is how true transformation begins. Leave your like, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful content like this. Keep walking your path of love and strength. Type in the comments, "I choose to keep my heart open. Thank you for taking this journey with us." As you reflect on these 6 signs, remember that closing cycles is not about endings. It's about sacred beginnings. Trust that what no longer serves you is making space for what your soul truly needs. If this message resonated with you, please like the video, share it with someone who may need to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights that guide you toward transformation and spiritual growth. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos. Your path to wholeness continues one conscious step at a time.